Hello everyone, welcome to What If Issei Was Half Fallen Angel and Becomes the Ultimate Dragon of Domination Part 1. Before we start, please go support Misajbm for writing that awesome fanfic. Issei is half dragon, half fallen angel. Issei will be op. Some romance story will mainly be Issei x serafall with maybe Irina, no massive harem. Chapter 1, The Beginning. Hey Irina-chan, let's play again tomorrow, okay? I'm sorry Issei-kun, but my family leaves for England tomorrow. I was going to tell you earlier, but we started playing and I couldn't find the courage to tell you. What? Will I ever see you again? Said Issei sadly. I'm not sure, replied Irina. Well, you're my best friend, I'm sure I'll see you again, and tell you what, when we see each other again we'll still be best friends, said Issei with a big smile on his face. Issei, it's time to go home, dear, said a voice out in the distance. Coming, Mom, replied Issei. As the two young kids ran towards where their parents were talking, they were giggling along the way for the last time of might be a long while. Issei, Irina-chan's parents told us they're leaving tomorrow. Did you say your goodbyes, son? Asked Issei's father with a grim expression, unknowing how his son would handle the news. Hi, to-san, I did, and even when she leaves we'll always still be best friends and see each other again, said Issei with a trademark smile. Parents of both children smile at this and start to part ways. As they're walking away, Irina turns around and yells out, "Bye Issei-kun, I'll miss you." Issei heard this and smiled, turned around, and yelled out, "I'll miss you too, Irina, don't worry, we'll see each other again someday." And with that the childhood friends parted ways and went home. It was getting dark as the sun was setting over the town. As Issei and his parents reached their home, his mother started to feel as something was off. "Dear, something feels off," said his mother to his father. As they approached the door to their home, they noticed it was open. "Stay behind me," said Issei's father. From inside the house, from the shadows, came out a figure with long black hair, pale skin, red eyes, and long pointy ears. Well, if it isn't the infamous Azriel and her low-born human husband, and would you look at that, you even have a filthy half-blood offspring," said the mysterious figure. "Kokabil, why are you here?" yelled out Azriel. "I'm sure even you can sense that your offspring has a sacred gear. I'm here to eliminate him before he poses a problem in my future plans," said Kokabil. "We won't let you," said Issei's father. With that, Kokabil lunged forward in blinding speeds and buried his hand into his chest. "Gore!" yelled our Issei's mother as Kokabil pulled his hand out along with Gore's heart. Frozen in fear, Issei just stood there as he watched the body of his father fall on the floor dead. "Well, one down," said Kokabil as 10 black crow-like wings flew out from his back. "Azriel, go into a battle stance ready to fend off the cadre to save her, so, Issei, run," said his mother as 6 black crow-like wings flew out from her back. Issei stood there shocked and afraid at what was happening until he heard a deep voice in his mind. "Hatching, do you wish to survive?" As Issei stood there, he thought, "No, not without my Ka-san," as though that he witnessed a spear of light go through his mother's stomach. The spear of light disappeared and left a hole in her abdomen. Blood came gushing out as she fell to her knees, throwing up blood. She looks towards her son. "Issei, you have to survive." With that, she fell over dead. "And now there's you, boy," said Kokabil. "Hatchling, do you wish to survive to avenge your parents?" said the voice in his head. "Yes, please, I'll do anything," thought Issei. "Even at the cost of giving up your humanity?" asked the voice. "Yes." "Very well then, but I must warn you, at your age currently you'll only be able to hold the form for about 10 seconds before your body gives out, which is only enough time just to run. The being before you is a cadre, you cannot defeat him, and since we're going to be partners from the day forward, my name is Drake the Welsh Dragon," said Drake. "Issei hiatus," said Issei. "Now little one, it's time for us to get away to live to fight another day," said Drake. "Right," replied Issei. "Well, boy, it's time to die," said Kokabil as he formed a light spear in his hand. Then he sensed the boy's power skyrocketing. "And Nanny?" "Welsh Dragon over booster." As he heard these words, a flash of red light appeared, and as fast as it came it was gone, but so was Issei. "Damn it, he got away. I know he's going to be a thorn in my side when the time comes," With that, Kokabeel used a magic circle to teleport away. Somewhere off in the distance on a rooftop, deactivating the armor so it's only the gauntlet, Drake began to speak to his new host. "Looks like we got away, hatchling," said Drake. "Ka-san, Otu-san. They're both dead," cried Issei. "I know, hatchling, I'm truly sorry for your loss. Now we need to train. For now, the fallen angel Noah's Kokabeel is aware the Red Dragon Emperor has awakened. We need to get strong to avenge your parents," said Drake. "But still, to awaken me at only 6 years old is incredible. With the right training, he might be the strongest Red Dragon Emperor the world will ever know," Drake thought to himself. "Drake, what was he?" asked Issei. "You see, hatchling, in this world angels, fallen angels, and devils exist, not only them but other mythologies as well," replied Drake. He continued to explain to the young boy about the supernatural from the Great War until now. Issei, wanting to know more, absorbed all the information like a sponge. "But Ka-san has wings too," said Issei. "Yes, your mother was a strong fallen angel named Azrael. From what I can see, she put a seal on your wings, probably to keep you away from the supernatural world and have you live a normal life. You were half human after all," replied Drake. "So I'm also a fallen angel?" asked Issei. "Well, half. Since you gave up your humanity to escape, you became half dragon, making you a fallen/dragon hybrid," explained Drake. "Well, it's been a while since I sensed your power, Drake. It seems you're awake now," said a mysterious voice. Issei turned around to see a girl with an appearance of about his age wearing a gothic Lolita dress. "I am possible." Office. Chapter 2, Training with the Gods. Issei was immediately on high alert over the mysterious figure until he heard Drake's voice. "Hatchling, stop! This is Ophis, the Ouroboros dragon, also known as the Infinite Dragon God," explained Drake. Issei immediately started to kneel down in front of Ophis as a sign of respect. "Your host is quite interesting, Drake," said Ophis. "Yes, I agree. To awaken me at his age is amazing," replied Drake. Ophis walked towards Issei, looking at him with curiosity. "What is he, Drake? I can tell he isn't human," said Ophis. "Yes, you are correct. He is a fallen/dragon hybrid. Unfortunately, his parents were just killed by the fallen angel Kokabeel." At this, Ophis just looked at Issei with an expressionless face. If you have nowhere to go, how would you like me to train you? With my help, you will become easily one of the top 10 strongest beings in existence," said Ophis. "Partner, I think you should take her up on this offer. There's nothing left for you in this town. Also, with her help, you will defeat the cadre in the future," Drake told Issei through their mental link. Issei nodded. "Please train me, Ophis-sama. I wish to become strong to avenge my parent and the future protect those I care about," said Issei. "Very well, then I will train you, but first let's take care of the seal hiding your powers." Ophis then put her hand to his chest. Suddenly a magic circle appeared with the infinity insignia on it. With that, 2 fallen angel wings and 2 dragon wings appeared on his back. Issei looked back at his wings in amazement. "I'll give you some of my power as well. Where we're going, you're going to need it," said Ophis. A black snake formed around her hand and disappeared into Issei's body through his chest. At the sudden surge of power, 2 more fallen angel wings suddenly appeared, giving him a total of 6 wings, 4 fallen and 2 dragon. Ophis suddenly waved her hand and a tear in the dimensions suddenly appeared. "Let's go, host of Drake," said Ophis. "My name is Issei Hayadu, Ophis-sama," said Issei. Ophis looked at him with an expressionless face as always. "Very well, then let us go then, Issei Hayadu," said Ophis. With that, they entered the dimensional gap. Issei looked around into the void of what would be his new home until his training with Ophis was done. In the distance he heard a loud roar. He looked up to see a large tear in the dimensional gap appeared and a giant red dragon appeared. "Issei, get a good look. That dragon is the ultimate dragon god, the Apocalypse Dragon." Great Red Drake told Issei through their mental link. Suddenly a bright light flashed, and suddenly a man who appeared to be in his early 20s appeared. A/N Great Red human form. "The Ophis-chan, who's the little guy?" asked Great Red. "His name is Issei Hayadu, and he is going to be training with us for a while," replied Ophis. Great Red walked up to Issei and knelt down to see him face to face. He looked at Issei with a curious look. "He is also the host of Drake Baka Red," said Ophis. Great Red deadpanned at this. N'eni Ofiske, and when will you stop calling me Baka Red? Asked Great Red. Whenever you drop the chant, replied Ophis. Great Red deadpanned at this again with a sweat drop on the side of his forehead this time. Issei just looked in amazement as he watched the two bicker. Anyways, if it isn't the self-proclaimed Red Dragon Emperor Draeg-chan, how are you? Asked Great Red. I'm okay. Great Red Sama, I apologize for the name the biblical faction gave me. I know you are the true Red Dragon Emperor, a scared Draeg said from Issei's gauntlet. And don't you forget it, ha ha ha. Great Red said with a smile on his face as he was laughing until Ophis came up and chopped him on the back of his head with her hand. Why, Ophis-chan, what the hell was that for? Yelled Great Red as he was rubbing the back of his head. Get to the point, Baka Red, deadpanned Ophis. Great Red cleared his throat. Back to business, Issei Hayadu. I myself will train you along with Ophis-chan so you may become the ultimate dragon of domination. How does that sound? Asked Great Red. Please train me, Great Red Sama, Ophis-sama, said Issei as he kneeled down before them. Very well, said both dragons at the same time. 10-year time skip. Over the course of 10 years, Issei has grown immensely strong, more OP, as Great Red calls him. He can hold his balance breaker with no time limit. Can hold Juggernaut Drive for a year without losing his sanity. Also unlocked a form that surpasses the Juggernaut Drive in terms of strength by gather the power of his dragon side and his fallen angel side. Issei named it the Angelic Overdrive. He now stands at a tall 6 feet 2 inches, has a lean muscular body with 6-pack abs due to all the training. He has 14 fallen angel wings and only 4 dragon wings, but typically only show his dragon wings. He can create light spears in less than a second and send them at targets at a blinding speed. He is also a master at elemental magic, specifically fire and ice. Also figured out how to cut off someone else's magic with a snap of his fingers. Issei in Angelic Overdrive can go toe-to-toe with Great Red using 100% of his power, but unfortunately Red wins, constantly putting Issei easily at number on the top 10 strongest beings in existence since Ophis and Red are tied at number 1. Over the course of 10 years, Issei, Great Red and Ophis have become more like family. Great Red and Ophis think of Issei as their little brother, while Issei refers them as Ophis Ne-san and Red and I-san. As Issei stands there on some rocks floating around the dimensional gap while Great Red and Ophis sit there, Issei turns to them. Ophis Ne-san, Red and I-san, said Issei. Great Red looks at him. Is something troubling you, little brother? Asked Great Red. Not at all, brother, just thinking I've been here in the dimensional gap for 10 years. I believe it's time for me to go home and start the reason I came here in the first place, don't you think? Asked Issei. You're right, little brother. All right, I'll take you back. I'll ask for one of the faction leaders to build you a home since you'll need a place to stay. Also, I'll be stopping by every now and then, said Ophis. Hi, Ophis Ne-san, replied Issei. Looks like I'm going home, thought Issei. Chapter 3, Return to Ko. It's the middle of the day as Ophis and Issei teleport into an apartment. No, Ophis Ne-san, where are we? Asked Issei. We're in your new apartment, replied Ophis. I see, so we're back in Ko, said Issei with a grim expression, feeling a little sad since he hasn't been in his hometown since that night 10 years ago. Well, little brother, I should tell you that the town is now under the jurisdiction of the devils, with 2 heiresses of noble families residing in the town. They are Rias Gremry and Sona Citri. They'll both be at the school you'll be attending, said Ophis. Yeah, I have to attend school? Yelled out Issei in surprise. Of course you didn't think Baka Red and I were going to let you lay around all day, right? Said Ophis. She's right, partner, you haven't received a proper education since childhood. This will be good for you being around kids your own age, said Draeg out loud. Issei just picked up his left hat to look at his gauntlet. I guess you're right, Draeg. Okay, Ophis Ne-san, I'll go to school. Should I also make friends with the devils here in town, or? Asked Issei as he arched an eyebrow. Hee, oh little brother, you say that as if you had a choice in the matter, giggled Ophis. As for the devils, I'll leave that up to you. I trust your judgment. Your uniform is in your room along with other clothes. I'll be back to check on you every now and then, said Ophis. She started to walk into middle of the room where her magic circle appeared. Oh, and Issei, said Ophis. Yeah? Stay out of trouble. With that, Ophis teleported away. Well, Drake, looks like it's just you and I for now, said Issei to his gauntlet. Indeed, but partner, I feel I should tell you I also sense some fallen angels in this town. What should we do about them? Asked Drake. Ophis nays and didn't mention it, but as long as they don't try anything, I'll let them be, replied Issei. Issei decided to go around town since it was still the middle of the day, and he didn't start school until tomorrow. He walked around town and eventually reached the park where he saw his childhood friend Irina for the last time. I wonder how she's doing, thought Issei. As he turned around to head towards home, he saw a blonde girl wearing a nun outfit fall down on the curve. He ran towards the girl. Are you okay? Asked Issei. Yeah, thank you, I'm just so clumsy, replied the blonde girl. Issei helped the girl up and helped her with her luggage. Thank you, mister. My name is Asia Argento. I'm new to this town and currently lost, said Asia. I'm Issei Hayato. Where are you trying to go? Maybe I can help, replied Issei. I'm heading to the church in this town, she replied. There's only one church in this town, and I can sense the fallen residing there from here, thought Issei. I can show you the way there, but why are you going to the church? He asked. I was sent here from Italy to look after the church here, said Asia. I don't know what it is, but there's something about this girl that makes me want to protect her, thought Issei. It seems that this girl has a high affinity with dragons, cause I want to protect her too. But what will you do about these fallen, partner? Asked Drake through their mental link. If they try to attack Asia or try to attack me, they will be eliminated, thought Issei. Come in, I'll take you there, said Issei. As they walked towards the church, they began to talk about their lives. Asia talked about her time at the church. She mentioned on how she has a sacred gear given to her by God called Twilight Healing. They soon appeared at the church. When they got there, Issei could feel the malice coming off the place, but also the fallen inside. There were 4 of them. So there's 4 of them, and they're all really weak, to say the least, thought Issei as he deadpanned. Not all of us can train with both dragon gods for the majority of our lives, Issei said Drake as he deadpanned through the mental link. Issei turned to Asia. Hey Asia, if you ever feel like you're in danger or anything, come find me and I'll protect you, said Issei. Really? She asked. Of course, what are friends for? Replied Issei. Friends? I've never had a friend before. Well then, I'll be your first friend, said Issei with the trademark smile. Thank you, Issei-san, said Asia happily. You can just call me Issei. Asia nodded, gave him a hug, and went inside the church. Well, I should head home after all. I have school tomorrow, thought Issei as he just went behind a tree and teleported home. The next morning, Issei walked to the gates of Ko Academy. He was entering as a second year. I can practically smell the devils in this place, thought Issei. Indeed, it seems that the Gremry girl isn't even trying to hide her aura. However, the Citri devil is doing a decent job at it, said Drake through the mental link. Issei sighed. Let's get this over with. As he walked through the gates, he can hear the banter of the student body. Who is that? He's hot, said one random girl in a group of friends. It's a new prince, said another. I want to have his babies, said the last one. Issei arched an eyebrow at the last comment. What the buck is wrong with these girls, thought Issei. Oh great, another pretty boy, said some random guy. Go die, said the other one. Let's just get this over with. With that, he made his way towards the student council office to pick up his schedule. He reaches the door and knocks on it to hear, "Come in," coming from the other side. Issei opened the door to see a girl at the desk with a bob cut and glasses. She's a devil and a high-class one at that. She must be the king of her peerage, but considering she's trying to hide her aura, I take it this is Sona Citri, thought Issei. Hello, I'm the new transfer student. My name is Issei Hayato, said Issei with a slight bow. Ah yes, Hayato-kun, I've been expecting you. My name is Sona Shirtorai, said Sona. At least she's smart enough to use an alias. Granted, it isn't a very good one, but it's something, thought Issei. Here's your class schedule. You'll be in class 2. Please head there now, said Sona. Issei grabbed his class schedule and he smirked. He thought that since he's here, he might as well stir the pot a bit. Of course, if that's all, then I'll be on my way, Lady Citri, said Issei as he walked out the door. Sona sat there shocked as she watched him walk away. Chapter 4: Meeting the Devils. Issei just left the student council office. Still in her shock, Sona was able to compose herself. She quickly grabbed her phone and called the other heiress. Sona, hello, said Rias on the other line. Rias, come to the student council office immediately, it's urgent, said Sona with a sense of urgency. Understood, I'll go right now, replied Rias as she hung up the phone. Less than a minute later, a magic circle appeared in the middle of the room, and out comes a girl with crimson red hair and blue eyes, her name Rias Gremery. So what happened that's so urgent, Sona? Asked Rias. The new transfer student knows about the supernatural. How much he knows I have no idea, but he knows enough to where he addressed me as Lady Citri, explained Sona. If he knows you're a Citri, then he must know you're a devil. I saw him earlier and sensed some serious power within him. I think it might be a sacred gear, but which I don't know, said Rias. Since you sensed that earlier, were you thinking about possibly adding him to your peerage? Asked Sona. Possibly, but since he possibly already knows that we're devils, I could just ask him if he would like to join, she replied. Very well, but if Dennis, you should invite him to just join the ORC. Since we know little of him, we can keep close tabs on him, said Sona. Geez, Sona, we could just befriend him without keeping tabs on him. But if he sparks my curiosity, I'll have Kaneko follow him around to keep tabs. But if that's it for now, we should head to class. Sona just nodded at this, and both walked out of the office to get to class. With Issei. Issei arrived at his classroom and knocked on the door. The teacher slid open the door. Oh, you must be the new transfer student, please come in, said the teacher. Hi, Sensei, replied Issei. Class, we will be having a transfer student join us from this day forward. Please introduce yourself. Hi, my name's Issei Hayado. I hope we can get along, he said with a slight bow. Does anyone have any questions for Mr. Hayado? Asked the teacher. All the girls in class raised their hands. Are you single? Will you go out with me? Where are you from? At least one of those questions was a normal question, thought Issei. To answer those questions in order, yes, I am single. I haven't thought about going out with anybody, but when I meet someone who interests me, I'll give it a shot. And I used to live in Ko growing up, but I moved away due to personal reasons and now I'm back, replied Issei. Any other questions? Asked the teacher. Do you like a pay? Asked the guy with glasses. I'm not even going to give acknowledgement to that perverse of a question, deadpanned Issei. Motohama, that's enough. Another perverted outburst like, and I'll send you to the principal's office. Okay, Hayado-kun, please take a seat over by the window, said the teacher. Hi. Issei sat down, and the rest of class was pretty boring. Small time skip. It was finally after class as Issei was packing his stuff to go home until he heard all the girls in class start screaming. It's Kiba. It's the Prince of Ko. Please go out with me. Okay, what's with this girl and asking everyone out? Though Issei as he deadpan, but he's a devil. Hey Drake. Yes, partner, what is it? Replied Drake through the mental link. I bet you 3 dragon apples that this pretty boy is a knight. Oh, you're on, replied Drake. Is Issei Hayado here? Asked Kiba. That'll be me, Issei said as he raised his hand. Hello, my name is Kiba Yudo. Would you mind coming with me? My club president would like to speak to you, said Kiba. Alright, I don't have anything to do today anyways, so lead the way, replied Issei. Issei followed Kiba outside of the class towards the old school building. As they reach the building, they walk up the stairs and Kiba knocks on the door. A female voice can be heard from the other of the doors saying, "Come in." I brought him Bucho, said Kiba. Oh Kiba, good work, replied the girl. Hello, I am Issei Hayado, but I'm assuming you already knew that considering you sent for me, said Issei with a slight bow. Yes, Hayado-kun, my name is Rias Gremery, said Rias. Oh, so this is the Gremery girl, as far looks goes. Not bad, thought Issei. Now the reason I called you here today is because I spoke to Sona earlier, and we have reason to believe you know about the supernatural, said Rias. Yes, I do, but while we're on that subject, is pretty boy over here your knight? He asked as he pointed at Kiba. Kiba and Rias looked at him in shock because not only did this human know about the supernatural, he also guessed what Kiba's piece was. Well, yes, he is. Why do you ask? Asked Rias hesitantly. Issei called it, thought Issei. Shit, replied Drake. No reason, just had a feeling, replied Issei. Since you know about devils and evil pieces, then I should ask, how would you like to join my peerage? Asked Rias with a smile. No thanks, he replied without even a second thought. Rias gave him a look of shock at how fast she was flat out rejected. Why not? Asked Rias. Look, I'll be blunt here, I know how the evil piece system work, and frankly you're too weak. I'm more powerful than you and pretty boy here combined, said Issei. Rias was getting angry and released some of her aura, then suddenly the door opened and walked in were 4 more people, one of them he has already met, which was Sona. One girl was short white hair and a cat-like hair clip. The one entering besides her was tall with long black hair and an orange ribbon in it, and the last one behind Sona was tall with black hair as well and wearing glasses. At the sight of the 4 girls, Rias calmed her aura a bit. Issei, here are my other peerage members. The one with the white hair is my rook Kaneko, said Rias. Yo, replied Kaneko in a monotone voice. And the one next to her is my queen Akino Himejima. Pleasure to meet you, said Akino, although she meant to opposite considering the fact she was glaring at him. I see she's part fallen, thought Issei. And this is my queen Tsubaki Shinra, said Sona. Nice to meet you, Hayata-kun, said Tsubaki. Likewise, said Issei with a smile. So Rias, was there a reason you were flaring your aura as we walked in? Asked Sona. Well, you see, Kaicho, not only did he reject Boucher's offer to join her peerage, but disrespected her by claiming he was stronger than her and I combined, explained Kiba as he glared at Issei. Well, to be honest, I'm more powerful than all of you, but hey, who's bragging? Said Issei as he shrugged. Everyone in the room was angry at his comment. Rias, angry, flared her aura to the max. Issei to look her and whistled. That's some aura you got there, he said. I will not stand for this kind of disrespect in my territory, yelled out Rias. Issei had enough at this point and flared a small amount of his own aura. Everyone in the room widened their eye in shock and fell to their knees trembling in terror, as they now realized they were severely outclassed. Geez, that was only like 10%, thought Issei as he deadpanned. Issei calmed his aura. Look, I'm not here to cause trouble, but if you threaten me I will be forced to retaliate regardless of your position in the underworld, said Issei. All the devils in the room recovered and stood up. Like I said, I will not join your peerage, but maybe we got off on the wrong foot. I would like us to be friends, said Issei with a smile. Rias composed herself. How about joining the ORC then? That way we can get to know each other better, and if you need to get out of class you can use club activities as an excuse, said Rias. Sure, I accept, he replied. Everyone in the room calmed down as Rias and Issei shook hands. Well, I should get going home, I'm getting pretty hungry, said Issei. Sure, although if you can come by the club room tomorrow there's some questions I would like to ask you, said Rias. Hi, said Issei as he left. Rias, I feel like we should tell our siblings of this matter. That kind of power cannot go unnoticed, said Sona. Tell Lady Leviathan she is in charge of foreign affairs after all, replied Rias. Okay, let's just hope she doesn't do anything drastic. You know how she can be when it comes to me, said Sona as she left. Chapter 5, New Girlfriend? Issei was at home. He had just finished eating dinner, which consisted of cup ramen and sandwiches. Since he lived in the dimensional gap for 10 years, he never really learned how to cook. After dinner, he sat on the couch to catch up on the latest episode of Dragon Ball Super until he hears the doorbell ring. Partner, there is a very strong presence outside of the door, said Drake is Issei's mind. Can I take them? Asked Issei. Most certainly, but if they go full power you might have to actually enter your balance breaker, replied Drake. That's interesting. Let's only use violence if said person attack us first. Issei decided to answer the door. As he walked down the hallway towards the door, he suddenly paused for a second, snapped his fingers creating a barrier around his house, then proceeded to open the door. He finally opened the door, and what he saw was a petite girl with long black hair done into pigtails and magenta eyes wearing a green casual women's business suit. Holy shit, she's beautiful, thought Issei as he blushed slightly. Issei Hayadu? Asked the girl. Yes, that's me, what can I do you for? Replied Issei. Well, since you set up a barrier already, I guess it's okay to speak freely. Let me introduce myself. My name is Serafall Leviathan, one of the 4 current mouths of the underworld, said Serafall. Please come in so we can speak inside, gestured Issei as he moved out of the way to let Serafall inside his home. He escorted her through the apartment where he gestured for her to take a seat on the couch as he sat on the couch directly across from her. So how I can help you, Leviathan-sama? Said Issei with respect. You see, I have reports from the 2 heiresses in town saying that you're really powerful, and as I am in charge of foreign affairs, I just came to make sure that you're not a threat to the devils in town, said Serafall. She looks really familiar. Wait a minute, she looks like Sona, thought Issei. Before I answer your questions, are you somehow related to Sun Citri? Asked Issei. Yes. She is my little sister, replied Serafall. I see, so they are related, he thought. I see, so go ahead and ask away, he said. Are you a threat to the other devils of Ko? Asked Serafall. Not unless they attack me first. If that's the case, then I told them I would retaliate, said Issei, a serious expression. Serafall didn't take kindly to this and flared her aura as the room was getting colder, and hints of ice started to appear on the windows. With a calm expression, Issei lifted his hand and snapped his fingers, and just like that her aura instantly died out as if nothing happened. Serafall widened her eyes in shock. What just happened? He killed the aura I was releasing with just a snap of his fingers, thought Serafall. What did you just do? She asked. Well, you were getting mad and I didn't want you to do something that you'll regret, so I calmed your aura for you, explained Issei. He brought up his hand again. Suddenly a red magic circle appeared and out came a rose made of ice. But just to let you know, I've mastered fire and ice magic, so you won't be able to freeze me so easily, said Issei as he handed her the rose. Here, beautiful for you. Serafall the rose with a blush on her face. So he knows fire and ice magic, so I can't accidentally freeze him if I'm around him. He's also really cute, thought Serafall as she blushed even harder. Issei arched an eyebrow. Are you okay? Asked Issei. Of CC course WWYW wouldn't I be? She replied while waving her arms around. Was there anything else you'd wanted to know? Asked Issei. Serafall composed herself, getting back to the matter at hand. Yes, I'll get straight to point. What are you? She asked. Issei knew this question was coming. It was only a matter of time. Drake, how should I answer this? Said Issei in his mind. To be honest, partner, I don't know. Well, let me ask you this. How do you feel about the devil before you? Asked Drake. Well, to be honest, she's the first girl to catch my interest. She's beautiful, she's powerful. Her random burst out was adorable, so I feel like there's more to her. By feeling aura, a part of me wants to trust her, but I'm afraid how she'll react. We've barely even talked, but I think I like her, Drake. So the hatchling has finally found a mate. Possibly, thought Issei. Before I tell you the truth, I need you to do me a favor, said Issei. And what would that be? Asked Serafall curiously. Show me your wings, he replied. Serafall thought about it for a second, then nodded as her 12 bat-like wings appeared from her back. So beautiful, said Issei in a low voice, however not low enough to not go unheard by Serafall, who started to blush. Okay, I'll show you mine, but please try not to freak out, said Issei hesitantly as his 14 fallen wings and 4 dragon wings appeared from his back. Look at all those wings, he's more powerful than Surzex. That's hot, thought Serafall as she slightly drooled. As she composed herself, she was finally able to say something. So you're a fallen/dragon hybrid, said Serafall. Yes, however I am currently not aligned with any faction, including the Grigori. Growing up, my mother had sealed away my powers, my fallen side, to keep me safe, and after she passed, the seal was broken, explained Issei. Serafall looked at him with a sympathetic look. As Issei withdrew his wings, he broke the silence. Just so you know, I am not a threat to the devils in this town, especially your younger sister. Look, I know this is sudden, but after only talking to you for a few minutes and feeling out your aura, you're the first girl to catch my interest. I like you, said Issei. Serafall didn't know what to say. He likes me? A lot of guys won't even come near me because I'm a devil king, and those that do are only interested in me for my rank and power, but he's stronger than I am. He's not afraid. Maybe it'll be okay to let myself get close, thought Serafall. She looked at Issei in the eyes as they were drawing her closer to him. Without saying a word, their lips connected and both felt something neither of them had felt before: love. After about a minute they separated. Wow, they both said in unison as they kissed again. Once they separated, Issei was the first one to break the silence. So what now? He asked. Well, before we continue any further, I have something I want to show you, she replied. Issei nodded his head at her request, and a magic circle appeared beneath her, and with a flash she changed her outfit to what appears to be a magical girl cosplay? The buck? Thought Issei. You see, being a Mao can be boring at times, so I like to make it fun by being a magical girl, said Serafall while doing a peace sign by her eye. Bwahahaha, laughed Drake in Issei's mind. Well, that's different, but if you'll accept me for what I am, then I'll accept your cosplay, said Issei. Of course I do, darling, she replied. Darling? Yelled Issei. Of course, silly, if that kiss was anything to go by, you feel the same way. I want you to be my boyfriend, if you're okay with me, that is, she said. Of course, Serafall, he smiled. Can call me Levi Tan, Serafall said excitedly. How about just Sarah-chan? Asked Issei while running the back of his head. I'll accept that only from you, darling, she replied. After they exchanged contact info, Serafall also gave him her personal summoning circle. I meet with Rias and her peerage tomorrow after school. Should I be completely honest or hide the fact I'm a fallen? Asked Issei. Well, if you want equal trust on both sides, then you have to be completely honest with them, sweetie. Yeah, you're right, he said. I have to go now, but I'll talk to you later, okay? Asked Serafall as a magic circle appeared underneath her. She walked up to Issei and kissed him goodbye. Okay, babe, I'll see you later, he replied. With that, she was gone. I should probably tell Office Nei-san and Red and I-san about this, said Issei out loud. I'll just do it tomorrow. The next morning, Issei woke up happier than usual because now he has a girlfriend. Granted, wasn't an ideal way to start the relationship, but it was a start. Issei got ready. Issei went to school to get the day over with. Time skipped to after school. I wonder what Rias is going to ask me, Issei said to Drake. I have no idea, but like your mate said, it's best to just be honest, partner, he replied. He reached the ORC building, walked up the stairs and knocked on the door and heard, "Come in." As he walked in, he noticed Riz was at her desk while her peerage were on the couch minus Kiba, who was by the window. Then he noticed a new person standing next to Rias wearing a maid outfit and had silver hair. Rias-sama, you didn't say you were expecting company, said the maid. This is Issei Hayato, the newest member of the club. He's know about the supernatural, so feel free to speak freely, and before you ask, no, he is not in my peerage, replied Rias, a little sad at the last part. Welcome, Hayato-sama, my name is Grafia, a servant in the house of Gremory, also queen of Rias-sama's elder brother Serzex Lucifer, said Grafia while bowing. Pleasure to meet you, Grafia-san, but please call me Issei, I'm not one for formalities, he said while bowing. Grafia only nodded at this. So Rias, your brother, is the current Lucifer along with Sona's sister, the current Leviathan, said Issei. Rias nodded. So I take it you met Lady Leviathan, she replied. Well, it's kind of a funny story, he replied sheepishly while rubbing the back of his head. Rias was about to reply when suddenly a magic circle appeared in the room. Flames erupted from the circle, and as the flames died down, out came a man who was pretty tall with blonde hair. It has been some time since Riser has come to the human world, said the man. Phoenix, said Rias with venom in her voice. Chapter 6: The Challenge. As Riser appeared, the air in the room grew dense as the members of the ORC were glaring at him. Issei, on the other hand, stood there confused at what was happening. Riser has come for his bride. Rias dear, won't you come with me back to the underworld? Said Riser. She actually said yes to this guy? He seems like a douche, thought Issei. For the last time, Riser, I will not marry you, said Rias. At this statement, Issei looked at Grafia and arched an eyebrow as to ask her what's going on. I believe introductions are in order. Issei-sama, this is Riser Phoenix-sama, heir to the House of Phoenix. He is also in an arranged marriage with Oju-sama, hence he's Rias-sama's fiancé, explained Grafia. So an arranged marriage, that explains why the mood in the room changed when he showed up, thought Issei. Rias darling, who is this low-born devil? Is he your servant? Asked Riser. Low-born? Watch who you call low-born, you Yakitori, replied Issei. Everyone in the orc giggled at his comment. And no one disrespects Riser that way, you low-born filth, yelled out Riser. Issei then looks at Rias. Hey Bucho, why does this asshat keep talking in third person? Asked Issei. Rias couldn't contain her laughter at the question and started laughing out loud. That's it, you damn low-born, I will teach you how to respect your superiors, yelled Riser as a ball of fire formed in his hand. Issei grew serious, and in a flash he was in front of Riser and delivered a punch to the stomach that made Riser cough up blood and sent him flying into the wall that created a crater. After he hit the wall, Issei felt ice take over the lower half of his body and looked towards Grafia, who had a magic circle in her hand, and her eyes were glowing blue. Issei-sama, Riser-sama, that's enough. I have been sent here to keep the peace in this meeting, and I will do so by any means necessary in the name of Serzex Lucifer, she said. Issei only looked at her, snapped his fingers, and in an instant the ice along with the magic circle shattered. Grafia and the other members of the orc widened their eyes in shock on how easily he dispelled her magic. What was that? He only snapped his fingers and dispelled my magic. Not even Serzex is able to do that, thought Grafia. Issei turned toward Grafia and bowed. My apologies, Grafia-san, Yakitori over there threatened me, and I only hit him as a means to defend myself, he said. Very well, Lord Gremory and Serzex both had a feeling that this would happen and have proposed an alternative, a rating game to decide the future of the marriage, said Grafia. Riser stood up and laughed. A rating game with Rias would be too easy, as she still hasn't completed her peerage. When Riser, on the other hand, Riser snapped his fingers and 15 girls appeared out of a magic circle. Has a complete set. Issei raised his hand. Grafia-san, may I make a suggestion? Asked Issei. What is it? Asked Grafia. Let me fight instead of Rias. I'll even allow his peerage to fight alongside the Yakitori if I win. The marriage gets annulled and Rias gets to marry whoever she wants, and if by chance he wins, not only will the marriage go through, but he can also have my head. Issei then turned to look at Riser. What do you say, Yakitori? 16 versus 1 should be an easy win for you, Issei shrugged. Riser accepts. I'll even give you a handicap and allow you 10 days to train. Enjoy it while you can, because it'll be the last 10 days of your pathetic life, said Riser. Grafia then turns to look at Rias, who's glaring at Issei skeptically. I will also accept, she said. Very well, I'll inform both households and Serzex-sama about this immediately, said Grafia. With that, Grafia, Riser, and his peerage all teleported out of the room, leaving only the members of the orc. Rias stood up and was angry. How can you just gamble with my life like that? She yelled. Well, someone has to put him in his place, plus I want to help. Trust me, I'll free you of this. No one should have been forced into something like this, explained Issei. And how are you so sure you can beat him? Asked Rias. Well, was all he could, Issei replied before another magic circle appeared, only this time it was one that Issei recognized as he smiled, and out came serafall Leviathan in her typical business attire. All the members of the orc except Issei started to bow. Issei, I know you're not a devil, but at least show the proper respect. Lady Leviathan, what brings you here? Asked Rias. Well, Grafia came and told Serzex-chan what happened. We just happened to be finishing up a meeting, so I came to see him, said Serafall as she pointed towards Issei. Why Issei? Rias asked, confused. See, Bucho, what I was going to say before Yakitori came here is that Sarah-chan over here is now my girlfriend, Issei explained as he walked over to her and patted her on the head. Ihe? Yelled out everyone in the orc in unison. That's right, so babe, I heard you challenged Riser Phoenix, said serafall. Hell yeah, I did, dude's going down, replied Issei as he punched his palm. Serafall then turned to Rias. Congratulations on breaking your engagement, Rias-chan, said Serafall happily. How can you be so sure he'll beat Riser? How powerful is Issei? Asked Rias. I think you should show them, darling, it's okay, I trust them, said Serafall as she looked at Issei. Issei only nodded, and out came his 14 fallen wings and his 4 dragon wings. So you're a fallen? Asked Rias. Well, a fallen/dragon hybrid, but I'm not aligned with any of the 3 biblical factions, although currently I'm leaning towards the devils, said Issei as he smiled at Serafall. She smiled back. So how strong are you really? Asked Rias. Well, if Issei-kun and Serzex-chan were to fight at full power, there's no doubt in my mind that Issei-kun would come out on top, replied Serafall. All of the orc widened their eyes in shock at the statement. Well, I think that's all the surprise we need today, said Issei as he retracted his wings. As he said that, Grafia teleported back into the room. Issei-sama, the households have agreed, and your fight with Riser-sama will be held in 10 days, said Grafia. Issei only nodded at this. Thanks you, Grafia-chan, said Serafall. Our Leviathan-sama Serzex-sama informed me of your relationship with Issei-sama. Congratulations, said Grafia. Serafall smiled. Thank you. With that, Grafia left. Hey honey, want to come over to my house for dinner? Asked Issei. Serafall suddenly had stars in her eyes as she looked at him. I'll take that as a yes. He then turned to the orc. I'll take my leave here, guys, and Rias, don't worry, you'll be free before you know it, said Issei as they teleported to Issei's house. Rose smiled as she watched them leave. Issei's house. Issei and Serafall arrived at his apartment when Serafall sensed someone really powerful and immediately stood in front of Issei in a battle stance as they both saw the figure sitting in the couch. Office ne-san, Red and I-san, what you two doing here? Said Issei. Serafall paled at the names as she recognized Ophis. Issei, you don't mean the Ouroboros dragon Ophis and the Apocalypse dragon Great Red, do you? Asked Serafall. Off right, I forgot to mention it, these are my adoptive siblings Great Red and Ophis. Shrugged Issei, only to met with a chip behind his head. Now little brother, is that any way to introduce someone? Said Ophis. Now Ophis-chan, it's fine, he did live in the dimensional gap for 10 years after all, and to only natural he'd forget his manners, said Great Red as he glared at Issei. Serafall stood there shocked at the information that her boyfriend's sibling are the 2 beings in existence tied at first for the strongest being in existence. Now little brother, are you going to introduce us to you, friend? Asked Red. This is one of the 4 mouths that currently run the underworld, Serafall Leviathan, my girlfriend, replied Issei. PP pleasure to meet you, Great Red Sama, Ophis-sama, Serafall stuttered out. Now little Leviathan-chan, if you're our brother's mate then you're part of our family as well, said Red. Alright, thank you, Great Red Sama, she replied. Please call me Red and I-san, it's what Issei-chan calls me, said Red. So little brother, what have you been doing since you've been alone? Asked Ophis. Well, Ophis ne-san, I've been going to school and I also have a fight scheduled. I'm 10 days the heir of the Phoenix clan Riser, explained Issei. How much of your power do you plan on revealing? Asked Ophis. I want to put him in his place and let him know not to mess with people stronger than you. I'll probably go into my balance breaker to end things quickly, he replied. Darling, you have a sacred gear? Asked Serafall curiously. Oh right, I haven't told you because I wanted to reveal it to the world during the fight to add dramatic effect, said Issei as he rubbed the back of his head. Serafall deadpanned at this as Issei continued his explanation. I am this generation's Red Dragon Emperor, he said as the red gauntlet appeared on his arm. She widened her eyes in shock at this. Pleasure to meet you, Ms. Leviathan, I am Drake, the Welsh Dragon of Domination, said Drake. Now Drake-chan, no need for the long introduction, said Red. Alright, he replied. So Ophis ne-san, Red and I-san, would you two like to have dinner with us? Asked Issei and they both nodded. As the night went on, they ate and talked about the happenings around the world, and serafall felt a part of their family. It was a warm feeling that she will always cherish. After Ophis and Great Red Legit, it was just Issei and serafall left alone, but it was getting late, so she had to go as well. Well, babe, I have to go now, it's getting pretty late. I have Mao duties all week, but I'll keep in contact with you and I'll be watching your fight with Riser, said serafall as she walked up to Issei and gave him a kiss goodbye. Alright, I'll talk to you later then, honey, he replied, and with that she teleported away. Issei looked at the clock and noticed that it was really late, and he had school tomorrow. I should go to bed, thought Issei. The next morning, as Issei was on the way to school, he was thinking about the events that took place the day before. Mandrake yesterday was a little crazy between the whole Riser thing and Ophis Nay-san and Red and I-san coming to visit. It was a long day, thought Issei to Drake. Yes, indeed it was, partner, but I'm happy you're finally going to use some of my power to fight Phoenix. It's been a while since you used my power, replied Drake. Issei just nodded in agreement. Issei kept walking towards school until he passed the park and saw someone he was familiar with walking around. Asia? Asked Issei. Issei-san? She replied. Chapter 7 Undiscovered Family. Issei-san, what brings you here? Asked Asia. Well, I passed by her on the way to school. What brings you here? He replied. I needed to take a break from the church and decided to go for a walk. Speaking of the church, how are they treating you? Asked Issei. Well, to be honest, not so great. There are some that are rude and mean, but there is some who are somewhat nice, said Asia as she started to tear up. Issei could tell that she didn't want to be there anymore, as he thought. Maybe I should spend some time with her today to get her mind off everything. Maybe if you do, the fallen angels in the church will come looking for her, said Drake. Don't say it like that, you're making it sound like I'm using her as bait, replied Issei. I apologize, I know you want to protect her, as do I, however this is a chance to draw them out, said Drake. Asia only looked at Issei with a curious look because from her point of view he spaced out. Issei-san? She said. Oh, sorry Asia, I spaced out, but how would you like to spend the day with me to get your mind off stuff? He asked. Oh, but you were on the way to school, she replied. It's fine, I can miss a day. If you're okay with it, then okay, she replied nervously. Of course, come on, let's go, said Issei. Asia only nodded and followed him. They spent the day going to the arcade and trying different foods Asia hasn't fired before. As the day came to an end, they arrived back at the park where they ran into each other at the beginning of the day. Thank you for today, Issei-san, I had a lot of fun, said Asia. It's no problem, what are friends for? He replied. Right, we're friends. Oh, Issei-san, I don't want to go back to the church. I tried to be strong since I have nowhere else to go, but it's just hard being there, said Asia as she started crying. Issei looked at her with a sad expression. Hey Asia, since you don't have anywhere else to go, then how about you stay with me? Asked Issei. Asia was only able to widen her eyes at what she just got offered. And no, I couldn't possibly impose like that, she said. It's no trouble at all, the only family I have are 2 siblings, but they randomly show up every now and then, Issei said. Then suddenly he a serious expression. I'm afraid I can't let you take her, said a mysterious voice. Issei turned around to see a fallen angel with 6 wings extended. She had long black hair and violet eyes. I see you're one of the fallen from the church, so what is it you want with Asia? Asked Issei. That is none of your business, said the fallen. Oh, but it is because she is my friend, therefore under my protection, although I can tell you're no pushover, you're no match for me, said Issei. That's some big talk coming from a human, replied the fallen. Well, that's half true, but I'm surprised you can't recognize one of your own, said Issei as he released his 14 fallen wings. The fallen angel widened her eyes in shock. The amount of wings, he's more powerful than Otis-san, I'm outclassed, she thought. Asia widened her eye at her friend and the amount of wings he had. She was told going up that amount of wings only belonged to faction leaders. Issei then looked at the fallen angel. What is your name, fallen? He asked. Rainer, she stuttered out in fear. Rainer, huh? I am Issei Hayato, son of Goro, a human, and Azrael, a fallen angel, said Issei. Rainier widened her eyes at the second name. Her eyes started to water. Issei only looked at her, confused as to why she was crying. Without saying anything, she ran up to Issei and hugged him. Why are you hugging me? Asked Issei, confused. Because Azrael is my aunt, that means you're my cousin that we thought was dead, cried Rainier. Issei widened his eyes. He didn't know he still had any family left beside a cousin who would come over when he was about 3 years old. She was a year older than he was. He remembered she had black hair and violet eyes. Wait. Ray? Asked Issei. So you do remember? I guess you wouldn't really remember since when I was around I was never called by my full name, said Rainier as she pulled away from the hug. Issei turned to Asia as she smiled at him, as he was just reunited with his family. We have to go see my dad. He'll be happy to know you're okay, said Rainier. And the shock continues. Not only did he have a cousin but an uncle as well. Of course Asia can cook as well. We have business to talk about at the location, said Rainier as a teleportation circle appeared under her. Issei looked towards Asia and nodded. Then both of them stepped onto the circle, and in a flash they were gone. Unknown apartment. The flash died down, and Issei looked around and retracted his wings. They seemed to be in a luxurious apartment. What he also noticed was that there were multiple video games and consoles everywhere. Sorry about the mess. Ota-san can be a bit messy when he starts playing his video games. Ota-san, come here, you have company, yelled out Rainier. Out of a door came a tall man with black hair and golden blonde bangs. Geez, do you have to yell? We're in an apartment, you know, said the man. Sorry too, San, but I have someone you have to meet, she replied. Who? He asked, still not seeing Issei. With that, Rainier moves to the side and said, Your nephew. The man widened his eyes in shock as tears started to fall from his eyes. He ran towards Issei and hugged him. I know you're my uncle and all, but who are you? Asked Issei. Right, I forgot your mother wanted to keep you from the supernatural, so I haven't seen you since you were 2, said the man as he broke the hug and stood back and released his 12 fallen wings. My name is Azazel, Governor General of the Fallen Angels. As you know, Azrael was my sister, therefore I am your uncle. You already met Rainier, my daughter, said Azazel. Issei nodded at this. Though you had sided when Kokabeel attacked your parents. Also, before anything, we are currently looking for him. He went rogue the day he attacked them. He didn't like the way I was running things and attacked my sister out of spite, he said angrily. Issei started to tremble in anger as he remembered that day. Because of his anger, some of his aura started sleeping through, and Azazel widened his eyes in shock at how much power he was releasing. Issei then looked at Azazel and his eyes started to glow green. When I find Kokabeel, he will die by my hand and mine alone, said Issei. Asia walked up to Issei and put a hand on his back, and Home instantly calmed down. Sorry you had to see me like that, Asia, apologized Issei. It's okay, Issei-san, I just don't want you to be mad, okay? She said. Issei only nodded. Azazel turned his attention towards the blonde. Who's this, your girlfriend? He asked. Oh no, she's just my friend. My girlfriend is busy at the moment. This one's name is Asia Argento, Issei said. Azazel looked towards Rainier. Is this her? Asked Azazel. Hi, Ota-san, she replied. Issei just looked at them, confused as to what they were talking about. Azazel turned toward Issei. A few weeks ago I had heard that a couple of rogues were siding with Kokabeel, so I sent Rainier and her friend Miltet to join them and keep trans on what they were doing. Turns out part of the plan was to steal the sacred gear of MS Argento here, said Azazel. Issei was angry at this. Any objections to me going and eliminating the rogues? Asked Issei. None at all, but they also have rogue priests, but keep in mind that Rainier's friend Miltet is also there, replied Azazel. What does she look like, Ray? Asked Issei. She's the only blonde there and wears a gothic Lolita outfit. You'll notice her, she replied. Gothic Lolita, huh? Sounds like Office Nay-san, thought Issei as he deadpanned. Did you need help? Asked Rainier. No, it's faster if I go by myself, he replied. By the way, Issei, how strong are you? Asked Azazel. Issei only turned to him and released his 14 fallen wings and 4 dragon wings. Amazing, you're stronger than the faction leaders, said a shocked Azazel. Okay, I'm gonna go, we'll talk more about everything when I get back, said Issei as a teleportation circle appeared under Issei and he disappeared. Abandoned church. Issei appeared out of the circle and looked around. He brought his hand up, snapped his fingers, and created a barrier. Maybe I should call Rias to let her know what's happening. This is her territory after all, thought Issei. That would be a wise choice, partner, replied Drake. Oh, Drake, get ready, I'm going to use your power just to finish this quickly, plus I know you've been itching for a fight, he told Drake. Finally some action, said Drake. Issei took out his phone and called Rias. Oh, Issei? This is a surprise, what can I do for you? Asked Rias on the other line. Thought I would let you know that I'm about to infiltrate the church and eliminate the rogue fallen angels. This is your territory after all, don't worry, I gave full permission from Azazel to do so, he replied. I guess that settles any small details. Did you need any help? She asked. Not at all, I'll see you later, Rias. Alright then, have fun, she replied before hanging up the phone. Well, that settles that, thought Issei. Issei walked up to the door and punched it open only to arch an eyebrow to see there was no one there. The buck? Where is everyone? Thought Issei. Then he noticed a figure come out of the shadows. Oh? A shitty devil coming to a church? How fun, said the man. The name's Fried Selzen, said Fried. Yeah, I don't care, you seem like a creep, said Issei as he formed a sword of light in his hand. In a flash of speed, Issei stabbed Fried in the stomach and kicked him away as Fried coughed up blood. Well, that was fast, said Issei. Partner, I'm sensing multiple signatures downstairs, said Drake. Issei only nodded and headed downstairs. As he got to the bottom of the stairs, he was met by 100 rogue priests and 3 fallen angels who were standing on a stage. I apologize in advance, I'm not feeling merciful today. Also, you must be Miltet, said Issei while pointing at Blonde. You're coming with me. Who the hell are you? Yelled out a fallen angel with a fedora hat on. Then Issei released his fallen wings. The 3 fallen stared and trembled in fear as they knew they were outclassed. You're superior. Since I want to go home, I'm going to finish this quick balance break, said Issei. Welsh Dragon Balance Breaker, roared out Drake. He's also the Red Dragon Emperor? Thought all 3 fallen. Issei lifted his hand up and snapped his fingers, and in less than a second hundreds of small light spears appeared around the room. Perish, said Issei coldly as he snapped again, and the spears started to rain down on the priests. Only the sounds of screaming, bones breaking, and flesh being torn can be heard as the 3 fallen trembled in fear at what they were witnessing. In a flash, Issei was in front of the fallen with the fedora, jammed his hand into his chest, and tore out his heart. The other 2 backed up in fear. Issei summoned a light spear in his hand, and in less than a second he stabbed it through the other fallen with blue hair, and both dropped dead. Well, that's that, said Issei as he deactivated his balance breaker and turned toward Miltet. Relax, you have nothing to worry about. I'm here to get you out because you're a friend of my cousin Rainier, said Issei as a teleportation circle appeared underneath him. At the mention of Rainier, Miltet instantly calmed down and nodded, joining Issei on the magic circle. Oh, and before we go, I would really appreciate it if you would not tell Rainier or Azazel about me being the Red Dragon Emperor. I want to keep it secret for now to add dramatic effect later on, said Issei. She only nodded. With that, they teleported back to Azazel's apartment, where Issei and Asia just decided to spend the night, since it was really late. Chapter 8: Dragon vs. Phoenix. It was the morning after the church incident. Issei, Asia, Rainier, and Azazel were sitting at the table at Azazel's apartment. Miltet had decided to head back to the Grigori after everything. They had been eating in silence till Azazel decided to break it. Issei, I forgot to ask you last night, you've been missing for the past 10 years. Are you aligned to any faction? Asked Azazel. Currently, no, but I'm leaning more towards the Devil's Aid considering my girlfriend is a devil, replied Issei. Right, you did mention that you had a girlfriend. Is it one of the heiresses here in town? No. If not, then who? Asked Azazel as he arched an eyebrow. It's Serafall Leviathan, replied Issei as he shrugged. And nani thigh? Yelled out Azazel. You mean to tell me that your girlfriend is one of the 4 devil kings? The strongest women in the underworld? He asked. Yup. That would be her, Issei replied as he rubbed the back of his head. My boy, I'm so proud, yelled out Azazel. Rainier only rolled her eyes at her father's response as she collected the plates. Well, Uncle and Ray, it's been nice, but we should get going. Still have to go ask Sons to enroll Asia into Koa Academy, said Issei. Azazel got up and gave Issei a hug. If you need anything at all, just ask your family after all, said Azazel. Issei only nodded as a magic circle appeared under him and Asia. Rainier waved goodbye as they teleported away to find Sona. Student Council Office. Sona was at her desk filling out some paperwork when a magic circle paper in the middle of the room as she went into high alert. What the hell? Thought Sona as Issei and Asia appeared. Hi Edu-kun, there had better be a good reason why you missed school yesterday and majority of today, said Sona angrily. Sona, we're practically family now, you can just call me Issei, he said. Sona blushed at this. Yes, while I am aware of your relationship with my sister, we are not family yet. Anyways, is there anything you need, Issei-kun? Asked Sona. Right, I was wondering if you can fill out some paperwork to transfer my friend Asia here into the school, as she will be staying with me from today forward, said Issei as he mentioned for Asia to introduce herself. Hello, my name is Asia Argento, said Asia. Hello, I am Sona Citri, however in school I go by the alias Saunashir Torai, said Sona. Totally not that great of an alias, but at least she tried, unlike a certain redhead, thought Issei. I assume you would want her in your class as well? Asked Sona. Yes, that would be great, he replied. Very well, come by tomorrow for her schedule. I'll have my familiar drop off her uniform at your house sometime later today. Sounds good, said Issei as another magic circle appeared underneath him and Asia. I appreciate the help. Sotan, smiles Issei as he and Asia left, leaving Sona in the office alone, blushing furiously. Issei's apartment. As the light from the circle died down, Asia looked around. Well, Asia, welcome to your new home. There's 2 spare rooms, choose one, and we'll go get some necessities for you tomorrow, alright? Said Issei. Hi, said Asia as she started to tear up and hugged Issei. Asia, what's wrong? He asked. Well, it's just that no one has ever been so nice to me before, and now I finally have a real home. Thank you, Issei-san, said Asia as she cried. Issei hugged her back. Hey, it's alright, from now on you can think of me as a big brother, and now you have a family. I know our 2 siblings will accept you, but they kinda just randomly show up, explained Issei. Big brother? Then I'll call you Issei and I from now on, said Asia happily. Right, said Issei as he nodded. The rest of the day was spent watching TV and sleeping. Time skipped to the day before the battle. It was after school and Rias had called Issei and Asia to the Orc. I wonder what she wants to talk about, thought Issei. Well, your fight with the Phoenix is tomorrow. She probably wants to discuss that, replied Drake. Yeah, you're probably right, he replied. Issei and I? Are you okay? Asked Asia. Oh yeah, I'm okay, sorry I've been spacing out, he replied. They arrived at the Orc to find everyone inside. Issei walked up to Kiba standing by the window. Hey Kiba, what's up, man? Asked Issei. Issei-kun, how are you today? Good, just dealing with another boring day. During the time he has been at the school, he and Kiba have become good friends. Issei-kun and Asia-san, thanks for coming, said Rias. Sure thing, Rias, so what's up? Asked Issei. Well, it's about your fight with Riser tomorrow. Are you sure you're ready? I don't mean to doubt you, but this is my life we're talking about here, you know, she asked. Believe me when I say this, Rias, he's going to regret accepting the challenge, plus I got a reveal plan during the match, said Issei. Did you train at all? Asked Rias. Nope. Not at all, don't need it with the Yakitori, but if you count my little event at the church at the beginning of the week as training, then yes, he replied while rubbing the back of his head. Rias looked at him curiously. You also mentioned a big reveal, care to share what that is? She asked. If I told you, it wouldn't be much of a reveal now, would it? He replied. No, I suppose you're right. Now if you'd excuse us, I'm going to go home and rest for tomorrow, said Issei. With that they said their goodbyes and went home. Later that night, as Issei was laying down on his bed, he started to have a conversation with Drake. Is something troubling you, partner? Asked Drake. Just nervous. Tomorrow the Red Dragon Emperor makes himself known. It's a lot to take in, you know. We've been a secret for the last 10 years, he replied. I understand, but now is the time to make ourselves known again. You're more than powerful enough to protect those around you, and if the White One shows up, he'll have no chance. You're the strongest host I've ever had. Issei just nodded and fell asleep. Tomorrow was going to be an interesting day. The next day, everyone was gathered in the orc room when Grafia appeared. Issei-sama, are you ready? Asked Grafia. Yes, I am, he replied. Very well, let's go, she said as a magic circle appeared all around the room, and everyone in the room besides Grafia and himself are gone. Where did everyone go? And why are we still in the orc? Asked Issei. Since they are not fighting, they have been teleported to a viewer box, and if you look outside you'll notice that we are no longer in the same dimension. Riser-sama decided to give you a handicap and use the school as the bait grounds for this match, explained Grafia. Issei deadpanned at the explanation. Is this guy really that stupid? Thought Issei. I must go now, as well as I am the announcer for this match. I just stayed behind to explain what was happening, she said as she teleported away. Hello my name is Grafia Lucifuge, Queen of Serzex Lucifer, and referee for this battle of Riser Phoenix-sama and his peerage versus Issei Hayata-sama, said Grafia over the intercom. Each team has 30 minutes to prepare. I will signal when the time is up. I really just wanted to get this over with fast and easy, but oh well, thought Issei. 30 minutes later. Time is up now, let the battle begin, said Grafia through the intercom as a buzzer went off. Issei got off the couch and went outside and looked around. Oi Yakitori, just hurry the hell up and get your peerage out here. I have a date later and would rather not spend more time than I have Tio here, yelled out Issei. Up in the viewer box. What is this boy doing? Asked Lord Phoenix. I'm not too sure myself, to be honest. He must have a plan, said Serzex. He's got a death wish if he believes he can defeat my son by himself, said Lord Phoenix. Then Serzex leans towards serafall. How powerful is this boy really? Asked Serzex. Riser is just lucky he can't actually die, she replied. She hasn't told them of how powerful he truly was or who his siblings were. But what she was excited for was that date they were going on after the match. Back with Issei. As he yelled, 10 figures came out of the shadows. Judging by their power signatures, these are his pawns and his rooks, thought Issei. So seeing as how we're about to battle, I would like to at least know your names before I defeat you all, said Issei. We will defeat you for Riser-sama, but fine, you may have our names. I am Xiaolan Riser-sama's rook, said the girl wearing a traditional Chinese outfit and had 2 buns in her hair. Isabella rook. Li. And I'm now we're pawns. And I pawn. Li pawn as well. Marian pawn. Buren pawn. Sharia pawn. Mira pawn. Issei nodded at the introductions. Issei Hayata, the guy about to defeat your master, said Issei. There's no way you can defeat Riser-sama, said Xiaolan. See, I'll let you in on a secret, one I've been hiding from the world for the last 10 years now, he replied. Oh? And what is that? She replied. I am this generation's Red Dragon Emperor. Since I want to end this quickly, I won't be holding back as much as I normally do. Prepare yourselves, balance break. Welsh Dragon Balance Breaker. Viewer box. Everyone in the viewer box had their eyes widen in shock, wheel all except serafall, since she already knew. He's the Red Dragon Emperor? Thought Rias. What has Riser gotten himself into? Said Lord Phoenix. Serzex looked at serafall. Did you know about this? He asked. Of course, he is my boyfriend after all, she replied. How strong is he exactly? Asked Serzex. Strong enough to take you on in your true form and win, she replied. Serafall was shocked. It was a good thing that he was a friend and not an enemy. Back on the battlefield, Riser's peerage started to shake and back up in fear at the power they were witnessing. If they're scared now, I can only imagine what it would be like if I went into angelic overdrive, thought Issei. I'm pretty sure they would either pass out or die. You do realize you release a vast amount of power when you enter the angelic overdrive, replied Drake. Alright, let's get this over with, said Issei, and in a flash of speed he was gone. Where'd he go? Yelled out Xuelan. Until she saw a green light at her side. Riser-sama, 1 rook retires, said Grafia. Then more flashes. Riser-sama, 2 pawns retire. What's going on? He's moving so fast, he's picking us off one by one, thought Xuelan. Riser-sama, 4 pawns retire. What? She yelled out. All that were left were Mira, Marian, and Xuelan. Issei stopped moving so they could see him. Please surrender, I don't want to hurt you if I don't have to, said Issei. All 3 girls looked at each other, realizing they stood no chance. They nodded. We retire, all 3 said in unison. Riser-sama, 1 rook and 2 pawns retire. With that, Issei continued. In the middle of the field he had run into his 2 knights. Poor girls didn't stand a chance. Now he was in front of Riser, his 2 bishops, and his queen. Alright, Yakitori, I've got a date today, so how about you just fight me yourself so we can end this, said Issei. You pathetic little low-life, you think you can defeat me? Don't make me laugh. Even if you are the Red Dragon Emperor, you cannot defeat the immortal, replied Riser. Let's find out, shall we? And with a snap of his fingers he made 2 light spears appear and take out his queen and a bishop. Riser-sama, queen and 1 bishop retired. What the hell, you're a fallen! Riser yelled. I guess now's as good a time as any, thought Issei as he revealed his 14 fallen wings. I am Issei Hayate, son of Goro, a human, and the fallen angel Azrael, sister of Azazel, but due to circumstances, said Issei as he now released his 4 dragon wings. I had to give up my humanity to survive, and now I'm a fallen/dragon hybrid. Viewer box. Everyone besides the orc and serafall were shocked at the amount of wings he had. Serafall turned to Serafall. Did you know who his family was? He asked. No, he never really talked about his parents too much, she replied. But our relationship can also be the start towards peace, she continued. Battlefield. Alright, let's end this, said Issei as he appeared suddenly in front of Riser and hit him in the stomach so hard he threw up blood. Issei then formed a sword of light in his hand and held it to Riser's neck. Surrender or die, your regeneration is still weak against light, this will kill you, said Issei. Riser looked at him with fear in his eyes. He knew then and there that he had messed with the wrong person. Shaking in fear, he managed to say, I surrender. Surrender is acknowledged. Riser-sama retires. Winner is Issei Hayate-sama. Issei powered down his balance breaker as the other bishop came up to him. I am Revel Phoenix, thank you for sparing my brother Issei Hayate-sama, said Revel as she bowed. Please, just Issei is fine, he replied. Alright, well then I'll be off, said Revel as she teleported away with a small blush on her face. Rias and the orc then teleported in. Oh, Issei, thank you, said Rias as she hugged him. It's really no problem, Rias, he replied. Oh, but you deserve a reward, she said as she started to lean in trying to kiss him until they heard a voice in the distance. And oh, yelled out Serafall as she appeared in front of them with an angry pout on her face. I know you're happy, Rias-chan, but he is my boyfriend, she said. Rias backed off, not wanting to anger her anymore. Alright, my apologies. So Issei, see you at club tomorrow? She asked. Of course, he replied. With that, the orc teleported away. Issei then looked at Serafall. So let's go on that date, babe, he said. Of course, darling, she replied. Let's just take Asia home first, and we'll be off. She nodded and all 3 went back to Issei's apart. Time skipped to later that night after the date. Well, I should go, I have a busy day tomorrow, said Serafall. You know you're more than welcome to spend the night here, replied Issei. I know, but the life of a Mao is very busy. I'll text you later, okay? She said. Okay, but before you go, there's something important I need to tell you, he said. What's that? She said curiously. Issei was smiling at the face she was making. I love you, he said. Serafall's eyes widened in shock until her eyes started to tear up as she hugged him. Many men were afraid of her, and some just wanted to be with her for her power in the underworld. But he didn't care about any of that since he was stronger than she was. She never really knew what love felt like until now. I love you too, she replied. With that, their lips met for a passionate kiss. After about 2 minutes, they pulled apart. I have to go now, but I will text you later, my love, serafall said. Okay, babe, he replied. They kiss again, and she teleported away. Well, today was an eventful day, he thought. He turned around to go to his room to sleep for school in the morning until another magic circle appeared in the middle of the room and Azazel appeared. Issei, we need to talk, said Azazel. Uncle Azazel, not that I'm not happy to see you, but it's pretty late. What's going on? He replied. We have a lead on Kokabeel, he replied. Issei then looked at his uncle with a serious expression on his face. Tell me everything you know. Chapter 9: The Reunion. Issei looked at Azazel with a serious expression. He had just told him that they had a lead on Kokabeel. Where is he? Asked Issei. We don't exactly know, but some reliable sources have gave us a lead, Azazel explained. Which is? There were some rumors that got confirmed. Rumors are that some fragments of Excalibur have been stolen from the church. And what does that have to do with Kokabeel? I have known him for eons. He's a war mongrel that fully never got over the fact that I pulled out of the war first. My logical guess is that he may be trying to start another war, and my best guess, he may be coming here. Why here? Think about who lives in Kuo. Two little sister to 2 devil kings. If anything would start a war, it'd be the death of those 2, but as far as why he stole the Excaliburs, I don't know. I can't let him hurt Sona. Serafall would definitely start another war, thought Issei. Question, uncle. If you know all of this, why don't we just go kill the bastard before he get here? With the both of us, it'll be too easy, asked Issei. If it was that simple, I would, but there's not enough evidence that points to him specifically. To execute him without proper evidence would cause an uproar in the Grigori, even if he is rogue, explained Azazel. Issei just looked at him and nodded, understanding his reason. Then what's the plan? Asked Issei. To be honest, the best plan is to wait till he comes here and get him to admit that he's trying to start a war with witnesses around, and I would personally throw him in an isolated prison till the end of time, but I am not going to deny your right to your revenge, replied Azazel. Issei only nodded. By the way, I have reached out to my brother Michael, and he says the church plans to send 2 exorcists to Jews to retrieve the Excaliburs. I just need you to do me a solid and help them out. Whether or not you want the devils in on it is up to you, said Azazel as a magic circle appeared underneath him. I have another uncle? Asked Issei. Well, 3 more uncles and an aunt. You know we angels before we fell, your mother and I, he replied. With that, Azazel disappeared, leaving Issei alone in his living room. Issei was smiling at the fact that he has more family than he thought until he looked at the time. Oh, shit. Tomorrow's gonna suck, he said aloud as he ran upstairs to sleep. The next day, Issei and Asia were on the way to school when Issei couldn't stop yawning. Issei and I, are you okay? Asked Asia. Yeah, Asia, just tired. Azazel came by after Serafall left, and our conversation dragged on, so I didn't get much sleep, he replied. Is everything okay? She asked. Yeah, Asia, it's nothing you need to be concerned about. Okay, if you say so, she said as she smiled at him. They were almost at the gate to the academy when Drake spoke to Issei through the mental link. Partner, I sense 2 people with holy energy around them that just go into town, said Drake. That must be the exorcists that Uncle Azazel was talking about, but to be honest, I didn't expect them to be here the next day. Yes, it would seem so. I should let Rias and Sona know immediately, he replied. Issei took out his phone and sent a text to both Rias and Sona. Need to speak to both of you about something urgent. Is it possible to meet at the student council office right now? Issei texted. Okay, that's fine, replied Sona. Very well, I'll head over there now, replied Rias. Issei just put his phone in his pocket and looked at Asia. Hey Asia, you go on ahead to class, I have to go talk to Rias and Sona really quick about something, said Issei. Okay then, Issei and I'll see you in class, said Asia, and she waved goodbye. Student Council Office. Issei arrived at the door of the Student Council office and knocked. Come in, said Sona from the other side. Issei walked in to find Rias already there. Oh. Good, Rias, you're here already, said Issei. So what's so urgent? Asked Rias. Last night Uncle came by my apartment and told me some interesting news. He has a lead on the rogue fallen that killed my parents, explained Issei. Sona and Rias looked at each other, then Sona looked back at Issei. Well, Issei-kun, not to sound rude, but how exactly does this involve us? Asked Sona. Well, what he also mentioned was that some fragments of Excalibur were stolen from the church. He has reason to believe that the same fallen is the one who stole them and will soon be coming here to explained Issei. Rias and Sona widened their eyes at the news of the major threat in their territory. Okay, that is a problem, said Sona. That is not all so tan, he replied. Stop calling me that, yelled out Sona. Issei just laughed along with Rias. Sorry, it's funny to see your reaction, but back to business. He had heard from Michael that the church plans to send 2 exorcists to retrieve said fragments, and my guess is they will more than likely have their own fragments, he explained. That seems logical, said Sona. But what is it the fallen wants? Asked Rise. Well, Uncle guessed that he is probably trying to spark up another war, he replied. Well, this is a very serious matter. Did you want to inform my sister or should I? Asked Sona. No, I'll do it, but when the exorcists arrive to the school, which they will, considering the church is aware that this town is ran by devils, they will most likely want to speak to Rias since she is in charge, he explained. Both girls just nodded their heads. Well, that's all. Let know when you hear word from the exorcist. I would like to be present, said Issei as he left. Will do, replied Rias. Well, Drake, looks like our revenge will soon happen, thought Issei. Indeed, partner, however, Kokobile is not one to be taken lightly. He is a cadre after all, replied Drake. So how far should I power up? Asked Issei. Well, to be honest, your balance breaker will be enough. Worst case scenario may be Juggernaut Drive, but I highly doubt he'll push you far enough to use the Angelic Overdrive, said Drake. Issei nodded as he got to class. The rest of the day was pretty boring. Time skip after school. The bell had just rung, signaling the end of the day. Issei and Asia were putting stuff away when Drake spoke to Issei in his mind. Partner, those 2 exorcists are here at the school, said Drake. At that moment, Issei looked out the window to see 2 figures dressed in white robes walking into the academy and running into Sona. They seemed to be talking about something, however Issei couldn't make it out, but saw that they were escorted by Sona towards the orc. As Issei and Asia started to walk out of the class, they were stopped at the door by Akino. Era, I was just about to come and get you 2. Rias requested the both of you, said Akino. That's funny, we were just on the way there, replied Issei. Let's go together then, she said. Orc Club building. They made it to the orc and walked up the stairs, but before they made it to the door, Issei felt a familiar presence. This presence, it seems really familiar, no way, thought Issei as he ran to the door and opened it without knocking. What he saw were the orc members in their usual spots, Rias at her desk, Kaneko on one couch, and Kiba by the window, but he was glaring at the 2 figures sitting on the couch opposite of Kaneko. One had short blue hair with a green streak and the other had chexed-colored hair done in pigtails. He recognized her, and his eyes widened as soon as he saw her. Irina, yelled out Issei. Issei Kyuen, she yelled back as she bolted off the couch and ran towards Issei and pulled him into a hug. Oh, Issei-kun, I though you had died. When my family had heard about what happened, we came back to look for you, but you were gone, said Irina as she was crying. Irina, I missed you too. A lot of stuff happened, but just know I'm happy to be here with you again, he replied. I'm Issei, not to break up such a happy reunion, but mind telling me how you know this exorcist? Asked Rias. Well, Rias, she is my childhood friend, that's how we know each other, he replied. Oh, Issei-kun, if you're here that must mean that you're a devil now, said Irina as she teared up. Oh, how fate can be so cruel. Actually, I'm not a devil, he replied. At this, the blue-haired one got up. So this is the childhood friend you talked about on the way here. I am Zenobia Quarta, and if you're not a devil, then what are you? She asked. Well, if he's not a devil, then that must mean he's still human, said Irina. Actually, wrong again, I'm not human either, said Issei. What? If you're not human, then what are you? She asked. Well, he goes nothing, thought Issei as he released all his wings. Irina and Zenobia were shocked at how many wings he had. Why, you're a fallen, said Irina. And a dragon, said Zenobia. See, when I was a child, my mother sealed away my fallen side in hopes that I would live a normal life. Unfortunately, it didn't turn out that way, and things happened to where I gave up my humanity in order to survive. I've also been training for the last 10 years to kill the fallen who killed my parents. But on the bright side, it turns out I have family through my mom's side, an uncle and a cousin. However, my uncle says I have 3 more uncles and an aunt I haven't met, but I also have 3 adopted siblings, 2 older and 1 younger, explained Issei. There was only silence till Irina walked up to him and hugged him. I'm sorry, that must have been a terrible life, she said. Issei just returned the hug. Zenobia just looked behind Issei to see a familiar blonde. Are you the witch Asia Argento? Asked Zenobia. Why, yes, replied Asia timidly. I thought you looked familiar. Tell me, do you still believe in our God? She asked. Zenobia, of course she does. Just cause she's a heretic doesn't mean she can just give up on God so easily, said Irina. God? Seems they don't know the truth yet, thought Issei. Is this true? Asked Zenobia. Asia nodded. Then in the name of our God you will let strike you down this instant so that he may forgive you of your sins, she said. That's enough, said Issei as he started flaring his aura. The 2 girls widened their eyes in shock at what they were feeling. Asia here is my adopted little sister, therefore she is under my protection, said Issei. Also, that blade you're holding, if I had to guess, that's Excalibur Destruction, right? Asked Issei. Correct, this is destruction, but very well then, if she's under your protection then I will back down, she replied as she put her sword down. If you won't fight him then fight me, said Kiba as they all turned to look at him. Who are you? Asked Zenobia. Your senpai, but I was considered a failure, he said. I will join as well, and if I win you will apologize to Asia, said Issei. Zenobia and Irina looked at each other and nodded. Outside the orc. Aquino, please put up a barrier, said Rias. Aquino only nodded in response. Now this is only a spar, so please no killing, she said. Kiba, I got Zenobia, you take Irina, said Issei. Kiba only flared at him and moved toward Irina. Zenobia took off her robes to reveal a female exorcist battle suit. Same thing with Irina, she took the Excalibur out of its wrapping. Begin, yelled out Rias. Are you not going to take out a sword? Asked Zenobia. Don't nays one. Trust me, with the training I've had your little toothpick won't even scratch me, replied Issei. Zenobia glared at him for the insult on the holy sword. How dare you? Yelled out Zenobia as she ran toward Issei, jumped up and brought her sword down. Her eyes widened in shock as Issei caught the sword with one bare hand. Issei started to put pressure on the sword. Surrender or I break the sword, said Issei with a serious expression. I surrender, she said. Issei let go of the sword and looked towards Kiba and Irina, only to see Kiba, who was blinded by rage and swinging wild, with Irina dodging with ease. Issei got in the middle. Kiba, stop, you're done, it's your loss. I have to destroy that sword, he yelled. That's when the exorcist walked up. Wait, hating holy swords and calling himself a failure, my God, the survivor from the Holy Sword Project, said Zenobia as Irina's eyes widened. Yes, because of those swords my friends died. I would have too, have they not helped me escape, glared Kiba. Just so you know, that project is a stain on the church's history and the man responsible has been excommunicated. He is also said to be working with the one who stole the swords," Zenobia explained. "What is his name?" he asked. "Valper Galilei, the genocide archbishop." "I now know who my target is, thank you," said Kiba as he calmed down. "So who's behind all this? I have a guess but need confirmation," said Issei. "The fallen angel's Kokabeel," she replied. Rias widened her eyes when she heard the name. "What could a fallen who was mentioned in the Bible went with the swords also? Why come here?" asked Rias. Issei turned towards her. "His plan is more than likely to kill you and Sona to force your siblings into starting another war," he said. Everyone's eyes widened. "My question is, why would the church send only you two, knowing the one behind this is a cadre?" asked Issei. "Our chances of survival were only 25%. Our orders were, if we could not defeat Kokabeel, was to destroy the holy swords. We are both prepared to die for this mission," explained Irina. "Although preferably I would rather not die," said Zenobia. "No one is going to die. Kokabeel will die by my hands," said Issei. Everyone looked at him like he was crazy. "Kokabeel was the one who killed my parents," said Issei. Everyone looked at him with a somber look. "But to change the mood, Irina, where are you guys staying?" asked Issei. "Well, we were planning on staying at the old church in town," she replied. "Now how about you guys stay with me, Asia and I, as long as Zenobia apologizes to Asia for earlier? I don't mind," he said. With that, Zenobia nodded and walked to Asia. "Asia, I apologize for what I said earlier," she said with a slight bow. "Please don't worry about it," she replied. "Well, I think we should call it a day here," said Issei as he turned to Rias. "I'll be in touch when we hear anything. If you and Sona could also do the same, that'd be great," he said. Rias only nodded, and the group of four started walking to Issei's apartment. Outside Issei's apartment, they walked towards the door when Drake spoke to Issei in his mind. "Partner, your mate is here," said Drake. "Ah shit, I forgot she was coming. How am I gonna explain these two?" he replied. "Tell the truth? I guess you're right." Issei walked up to the door and opened it. As soon as it was open, all there was. "Issei, my love, I miss you," said a screaming serafall as she tackled Issei on the ground. The exorcist looked confused until Asia spoke. "Hello, Sarah Nay, how are you today?" asked Asia. "Oh, Asia, hi, how was your day?" she replied. "Very good, but please get up, we have guests, and I'm pretty sure Issei and I would like to breathe again." Serafall looked down to see Issei was turning blue and immediately stood up. "I'm sorry, love," she said. "It's all right, let's just go inside so we can talk," he replied. Everyone went into the living room and sat on the couches opposite of each town while Asia made tea. Zenobia sat with a neutral expression on her face. Irina, however, was glaring at Serafall. "Any reason you're staring at me, exorcist?" asked Serafall. "Yet who are you? And why are you so close to Issei-kun?" she said. "Why are you jealous?" smirked Serafall as Irina got even more mad. "Serafall, be nice," said Issei. "I'm sorry, babe," replied Serafall as she looked down timidly. "Serafall? As in Serafall Leviathan, one of the 4 devil kings?" asked Zenobia. "The one and only," replied Serafall with a smile. "Issei, what is a devil king doing at your house?" asked Irina. "Well, this devil king happens to be my girlfriend." "Gigi girlfriend?" yelled out Irina. "Yup, now that we got that out of the way, Issei honey, what's going on?" asked Serafall. "One explanation about the exorcist, who they are in Kokabeel later." "I see that as a problem. I will have to report this," said Serafall. "Pardon me, Leviathan Sama, couldn't you just stop him?" asked Zenobia. "Not without starting another war," she replied. "Besides, Issei here wants revenge and he will get it." "If you don't mind me asking, how strong can he be?" "He's a fallen, sure, but Kokabeel is a cadre who has years of combat experience," said Zenobia. "Trust me when I say Issei is powerful enough to take anyone. If Serzex, Azazel, and Michael all fought him together, I have no doubt in my mind that Issei would come out on top." explained serafall. Zenovia's and Irina's eyes widened. To say they were shocked was an understatement. He's the most powerful red dragon emperor the world will ever know, past, present, and future, said serafall. You're the red dragon emperor? Both exorcists yelled out. Yeah, I am. Damn it, serafall, why did you have to say that? I wanted to have a dramatic reveal for Irina when I fought Kokobile, and now that's ruined, said Issei. That's when the gauntlet appeared and Drake spoke. Hello, exorcist, I am the Welsh dragon Drake, and you the childhood friend Irina, he said. Me? She asked while pointing at herself. Yes, please try to calm down. My partner, being part dragon, can smell your arousal from here, but chosen not to say anything, he said. What? Yelled serafall. I am so sorry, yelled Irina as she ran towards the room her and Zenobia were sharing. Well, I'm going to bed as well, it is getting late, said Zenobia as she walked away. Well, babe, are you going to stay here or go home? Asked Issei. I was wondering if I can stay here for tonight, love, she replied. Yeah, that's no problem, come on, let's go to bed, he said. They walked to Issei's room and slept for the night, for these next few days were going to be really interesting. Chapter 10 Confrontation. Issei awoke in the morning and spoke to Drake. So the search for Kokobile starts today, huh? Thought Issei. Indeed, partner, it does. Will you be okay seeing him again? Remember, enough rage and you'll lose control and trigger Juggernaut Drive, Drake replied. I know, that's the last thing I want. No one would be able to stop me. Issei was shaken out of his thought when he felt movement on his chest. He lifted the covers to find serafall stirring awake. Good morning, beautiful, said Issei. Good morning, my love, what time is it? She asked as she gave him a quick good morning kiss. Issei looked at the clock by his bed. It's 7:15, he said. I should go. I have a meeting with Surzek-chan and Ajuka-chan at 8:30 and still have to go home and get ready, she said as she got up. Also, shouldn't you be getting ready for school? She asked. No. I'm not going till after this whole thing blows over. I already sent Sona a message. She said it's understandable, and she'll make up an excuse, he replied. Serafall then looked at him with a serious expression on her face. Is everything okay, babe? He asked as he sat up. Listen, I know you can beat him, but still be careful, okay? I don't want you getting hurt, she said as a magic circle appeared under her. Issei got up and walked to her. Don't worry, I'll be careful, he said as he kissed her. Good, I'm going now. Let me know how everything goes, okay? She replied. Sure, honey. I love you, she said. I love you too, replied Issei as she disappeared. Well, I should get some breakfast, can't hunt down a crow on an empty stomach, thought Issei. Issei went downstairs to see Asia finishing making breakfast while Irina and Zenobia were sitting at the table. Good morning, guys, he said as they looked at him. Good morning, Issei, and I have a seat and I'll serve you some food, said Asia. Issei nodded and sat in front of the two girls. So girls, what's the plan for today? Asked Issei as Asia brought him his breakfast, which was eggs, bacon, and spam. Well, Zenobia and I were going to check out the shrines and the old church to possibly find some clues, said Irina. Why don't I just ask my uncle to see if he has any leads? Asked Issei. Uncle? Who's your uncle? Asked Zenobia. Azazel, he replied. The Governor General of the Grigori is your uncle? Yelled out both girls. Yes, said Issei. Both girls just looked at him, shocked about how easygoing he was being. Wait. Question, couldn't you just ask him to deal with Kokobile? Asked Zenobia. Nope. It would cause too much of a riot within the Grigori, he replied. They finished their breakfast and got ready to go search for the swords. They met at the front door and were about to leave when Issei spoke up. You girls go on ahead, I have to go talk to my older siblings about something, he said. Okay, sure, Issei, just catch up when you can, replied Irina. Will do, he replied with a smile. With that, the two exorcists left, and Issei turned to Asia. Stay here, Asia, you'll be safe if you stay home, he said. Right, Issei, and I just be careful, she replied. Issei nodded as a purple magic circle appeared on his hand with an infinity symbol on it, and lifted his hand towards the wall, and a tear in the dimension appeared and Issei stepped through the dimensional gap. Issei appeared in the gap and looked around. Well, home sweet home, he thought. Now where are those two? Issei closed his eyes to try to pinpoint the location of his siblings. Found them, he thought, as he released his fallen wings and flew towards the destination. About a 30-minute time skip. Issei arrived to an island made of just rocks and he landed at the sight of two familiar faces. Well, Office-chan, look who came, said Great Red. Office Ne-san, Red and I-san, hello, said Issei as he bowed. Hello, little brother, what brings you here? Asked Office. I came to inform you that I am close to fulfilling my revenge, replied Issei. Office and Great Red looked at each other, and back at Issei. That's good, finally that crow will be put down, said Great Red. How did you get a lead anyway? Asked Great Red. One explanation of the current events later. I see, well, the only good thing about this whole thing was that you reunited with your old friend, said Great Red. Yeah, it's been a long time, I missed her, he replied. Oh? Is my little brother going to take on another mate? Said Office. And Nizan? Yelled out Issei as he blushed a shade of red that could rival Rias's hair. Come on, little bro, you know dragons tend to have more than one mate, said Great Red. That they do, partner, spoke up Drake. See, even Drake-chan agrees, said Great Red. What do you mean, Drake? Asked Issei. I have been with you your whole life and I know how you truly feel about that Irina girl, but I also know how you love the current Leviathan. Why not just talk to the Leviathan about it? Said Drake. Because there's a lot of things that can go wrong with that, said Issei as he deadpanned. You never know unless you try, partner, said Drake. Well, I suppose you're right, he replied. I should get going, Office Ne-san, Red Nizan, said Issei. Very well, little brother, but remember, don't cause too much trouble, said Office. See ya, little bro, tell Sarah-chan and Asia-chan we said hello, said Great Red. Will do, he replied as went back to his dimension. Issei arrived back in his dimension to find Asia watching TV. How did it go? She asked. It went well, by the way, our siblings say hi, he replied. Asia just smiled at him, and he left to go find the church duo. Honestly, probably should have got their phone numbers for this, thought Issei as he closed his eyes to sense them out. Found them. They're at a cafe? He thought as he started walking. Scene change, cafe. Issei arrived at the cafe and walked in. He eventually found the table they were at but was surprised to see Kiba and Kaneko there as well. Hey man, what's up? Said Kiba. Yo, said Kaneko. Hey guys, not that this isn't a pleasant surprise, but what are you guys doing here? Asked Issei. Rias thought it would be better if we all work together on this so we can get rid of the enemy faster, explained Kiba. Okay, that makes sense, he replied. So what do you guys got? Asked Issei. Well, nothing, said Irina sadly. Really? Asked Issei. Yes, we have checked the church and some shrines and nothing came up, explained Zenobia. Let me try something, said Issei as he closed his eyes to try to feel for another holy presence. I found something, it's at a shrine near the park, said Issei. Let's go, said Kiba. Scene changed, the shrine. They arrived at the shrine and all of them were looking around until they heard a voice coming from the shrine. Well, look what we have here, some shorty devils and some members of the church, said the voice. They all looked towards the person. Fried Selzen, said Zenobia as she took a battle stance along with Irina. He looks familiar. That's right, he was there at the church that night, thought Issei. I could have sworn I killed you, said Issei. Well, next time you should make sure I stay dead, shithead, he replied. Who is this, guys? Asked Kiba as he summoned a sword and took his battle stance. His name is Fried Selzen. He at one point was one of the top exorcists but was excommunicated for overly enjoying killing, explained Zenobia. So he's a creep, said Issei. Yeah, pretty much, said Kaneko. Alright, that's enough, it's time to exorcise some shitty devils and after I'll have some fun with the two from the church, said Fried. Fried was about to lunge forward when they all heard a voice coming from the roof. Fried, that's enough, said the voice. They all looked up to see an elderly man in priest clothes. Boss, I was just gonna have some fun, said Fried. This is not the time nor place, we must stick to the plan, he replied. Valper Galilei, said Kiba with venom in his voice. Yes, that's me, who wishes to know, replied Valper as he looked towards Kiba. You look familiar. I feel like I've seen you somewhere. Oh, that's right, you're the one who escaped. To see you here is truly something, he said. For my comrades, you will die by my hands, said Kiba as he lunged forward. Kiba, don't, yelled out Issei. But it was too late as he lunged forward only to be stopped by Fried, who was holding an Excalibur. Not so fast, pretty boy, if you want to get to him you have to go through me first, said Fried. Then all of a sudden a red magic circle appeared on the ground with the Gremory symbol. Reinforcements are here, Fried, we have to go, we are outnumbered, said Valper. Ugh, fine, see ya later, buckers, hopefully next time we fight it's to the death, said Fried as he threw a flash bomb on the ground. Once the flash died down they were gone and Rias and Aquino appeared. What happened? Asked Rias. We had a run-in with Fried, Selzen and Valper Galilei, but then your circle appeared and they escaped, explained Issei. We have to go after them, said Kiba. Yo, before that let me call one more person to help, said Issei as he made a call, and in the next 30 seconds a magic circle appeared and out came Rainier. Hey Ray, thank you for helping, said Issei. No problem, she replied with a smile. Alright, here's the plan. Kiba and Zenobia, you go north, Aquino and Rias you go east, Rainier and Kaneko will go south, and Irina and I will go west. If anything happens we'll get in contact with each other, explained Issei. Right, everyone said in unison as they went their separate ways. With Kiba and Zenobia. They had been running for what seemed like miles and finally stopped to catch their breath. How could they have gotten away so fast? Said Kiba. That was always one of Fried's specialties, she replied. We have to find them, he said angrily. You know, for what it's worth, I'm sorry that happened to you, she said. Kiba couldn't say anything, he just looked at her. I just wish my comrades didn't have to die, he said. By the time the church had heard what was going on it was already too late, she replied grimly. They only looked at each other. You know, she's actually really pretty, thought Kiba. Little did he know she was having a similar thought about him until they heard a deep voice coming from the sky that broke them out of their stupor. Oh, how adorable! With Rias and Aquino. They were searching around every corner, an alleyway, and eventually reached a park. Rias, I believe we should inform your brother, said Aquino. I don't want to bother him with something like this, she replied. I know you don't, but this involves a cadre, and you know for a fact the only one who stands a chance is Issei, said Aquino. I suppose you're right, he does have a right to know what's happening, Rias said when a magic circle appeared on Rias's ear and her eye widened in shock before the circle disappeared. We have to get to the clubhouse immediately, said Rias. What happened? asked Aquino. Zenobia and Kiba were attacked. I need to call Issei so he can meet us there, she said as she pulled out her phone and dialed. With Rainier and Kaneko. They had searched some alleyways and shrines and now were going from roof to roof in search of those two who got away. Can you sense those two at all? asked Rainier. No, I can't, it's like they just disappeared. Let's stop at the vending machine down there to get some water before we continue, said Rainier. Kaneko only nodded as they went down, and Rainier bought Kaneko some water. Thanks, said Kaneko as Rainier handed her the bottle of water. It's no problem, gotta stay hydrated, right? She replied. She started to drink her water when her phone rang. Oh, it's Issei, she said as she answered the phone. With Issei and Irina. They walked west looking for some kind of clue. They remained quiet until Irina broke the ice. If only we were reunited under better circumstances, she said. Unfortunately, life doesn't work out that way, but what's important is that we're together now. he replied as he smiled at her. Listen, Issei, about last night, what Drake said. What about it? Is it true? Were you able to smell that? She asked. Yeah. It comes with the whole being part dragon thing. Why do you ask? He asked. Well, look, I know you're with serafall sama, but Issei is all she could say when Issei's phone rang. It's Rias, he said as he answered the phone. Hey Rias, did you find anything? He asked. He went quiet for a second before calling Rainier. Hey, did you find anything? Asked Rainier on the other line. Kiba and Zenobia were attacked. I need you to go to my house and get Asia and meet us at the Orc to heal those two. She can tell you how to get there. She know where it is, he explained. Right, she replied as she hung up the phone. With that, Issei and Irina headed to the Orc building. Orc building. Issei and Irina arrived at the Orc building and went through the door. What happened? Said Issei. We were attacked by Kokobile, said Kiba as he winced in pain. We only barely managed to escape. As that was said, a magic circle appeared in the room and out came Rainier and Asia. Good Asia, you're here. Can you please heal these two? Asked Issei. Hi Issei and I, she replied as she walked towards the two and started to heal them. Issei, who attacked them? Rainier asked. It was Kokobile, replied Issei with venom in his voice. So that means he's here, she replied. Don't worry, Ray, remember I'm going to kill him and strong enough to do so, he replied. Still, I should inform my father. Issei only nodded and saw that Zenobia and Kiba were back up to speed. Thank you, Asia, said Kiba. You have my thanks, said Zenobia. It's no problem at all, she replied with a smile. All of a sudden a barrier went up around the school and a magic circle appeared around Rias's ear, and she grew a serious expression. What happened, Rias? Asked Issei. Kokobile. He's here. Chapter 11, Issei vs. Kokobile. So he's here, said Issei with an angry expression. And the barrier, who created it? He asked. Sona and her peerage to keep Kokobile from harming the rest of the town, replied Rias. All right then, he said as he turned towards Rainier. Ray, please go inform Uncle of Kokobile's appearance, since he has a grudge against Azazel Helene to kill you first, and I can't allow that. Rainier only nodded and attempted to teleport away and found out she couldn't. What the hell? I can't teleport, she said. Sona specializes in barriers. She most likely made it so no one can go in or out without her knowing, explained Rias. Okay, well. New plan, Ray, go to Sona, tell her you need to get out of the barrier. Go when we go outside, said Issei. Rainier only nodded as Issei looked towards Asia. Asia, I need you to go with Sona and her peerage and help with the barrier. When you get there, tell her to tell her sister what's happening, said Issei. Hi Issei and I, she replied. Rias, are you going to contact Circex? He asked. Rias only stayed silent when Aquino spoke up. I already have. Aquino? Why? Yelled out Rias. Look, Rias, I know we talked about it, but we are out time, so I did it. We are dealing with a leader class fallen, he has to know, said Aquino. Rias only stayed silent. Alright, well, that answers that, said Issei. Okay, we're going out so we can handle this. Before we go, I don't know what tricks he has, but I will not let any of you die today, he said with a serious expression as everyone looked at him with a smile. Let's go. Outside in courtyard. Everyone goes outside to the courtyard to see Kokobile sitting on a throne on a small little island in the air while Valper and Fried are on the ground. Valper seemed to be doing some magic on the Excaliburs. Well, the crow thinks highly of himself, thought Issei. Partner, I sense Albion outside the barrier, said Drake in Issei's mind. So the White One makes an appearance. I wonder why he's here. Probably came to see how strong his rival is. That poor son of a bitch. Indeed, he has no chance against us. Issei just nodded as he looked up at Kokobile. Ka-san. Two sandnesses for you, thought Issei. Well, the ruined Princess Rias Gremory, what a nice shade of red your hair is. It's almost as disgusting as your prick of a brother. said Kokabeel. Fallen angel cadre Kokabeel, it's a pleasure to meet someone mentioned in the Bible, she replied. So who's coming to stop me? Serzex? Or perhaps serafall? He asked. Neither today you will die by me hands, said Issei as he glared at Kokabeel. And who are you, little boy, to think you could possibly have any chance of killing me? Asked Kokabeel as he released his 10 wings. Issei smirked, knowing Kokabeel had no chance. I am the son of a human and a fallen that you murdered years ago, said Issei as he released his 14 wings. I am the son of Goro and Azrael Hayadu. My name is Issei Hayadu, and I am the one who shall put an end to your story, Kokabeel, for I am this generation's Red Dragon Emperor, yelled out Issei. Balance break. Welsh Dragon Balance Breaker, roared out Drake. Kokabeel widened his eyes. So the brat survived. But how did he get so strong? Thought Kokabeel. He grew a serious expression. He knew he was going to have to fight seriously. It seems I'm going to have to fight seriously then, said Kokabeel as he snapped his fingers and Cerberus came out through a magic circle. Rias's eyes widened. See Cerberus? It's forbidden to take him out of the underworld, she said. Issei looked at the group. Ray, Asia, you know what to do, he said. Both just nodded and ran towards Sona. Rias, Aquino, and Kaneko, take out the mutt. They also nodded. Zenobia, Irina, and Kiba, I'll let you guys take the other 2. They nodded as they ran towards Valper and Freed. Issei saw that the groups left and flew up towards Kokabeel. Well, spawn of Azrael, let's see how strong you've gotten, said Kokabeel as he got in a battle stance. Very well then, let's begin, replied Issei. With Rainier and Asia. The 2 reached the end of the barrier and Sona saw them. Asia, why did you come over here? Asked Sona. Issei and I told me to assist you guys on the barrier, she replied. Very well, we could use the help. And you are? Asked Sona as she looked towards Rainier. My name is Rainier, Issei's cousin. He asked me to inform my dad of what's happening, she replied. Who's your father? She asked. Azazel. Sona's eyes widened slightly. Very well, pass on through, she said as she opened a spot big enough for the 2 to pass through. They passed through and Asia looks at Sona. Issei and I also sends a message, she said. What is it? To tell your Wani-sama what is happening. Sona nodded as she made a call to her sister, and within the minute Serafall appeared. Have they started fighting yet? Asked Serafall. 2 of the groups have, but Issei ha, said Rainier as she was interrupted by a huge surge of power. I have to go inform Tu-san about this, said Rainier as she teleported away. Wani-sama, could you please help with the barrier as well? Issei-kun is putting a lot of power out, and it's getting hard to keep this up, said Sona. Of course, Sona, she replied. Sona is somewhat surprised that her sister didn't call her by her usual nickname, but by her actual name. Serafall helped with the barrier and turned to the battlefield and saw the exorcist with looks of disbelief. Issei, my love, be careful, thought Serafall. With Rias, Aquino, and Kaneko. We have to put this boy down quick so we can assist everyone, said Rias as Jeans Aquino were attacking the Cerberus with magic while Kaneko was attempting to get close. Aquino, give Kaneko an opening if you would, said Rias. Right, she replied as she flew up, raised her hand, and a yellow magic circle appeared in the sky, and lightning came down and hit the Cerberus, causing it to fall on its side. Kaneko saw the opening and took it as she ran to the Cerberus and punched it as hard as she could so she could cause some real damage, and sent the Cerberus towards Rias and stopped right in front of her. She decided to end this and conjured up a biggest sphere of the power of destruction she could make and shot it at the Cerberus at point-blank range and flew up when the explosion happened. Aquino and Kaneko flew next to her, and when the smoke settled they saw the Cerberus was gone. Let's go help Kiba, said Rias, and the other 2 nodded as they flew towards Kiba. With Kiba, Irina, and Zenobia. They arrived to where Valper and Freed were. Well, if it isn't the pretty boy devil and the 2 from the church, said Freed. Freed, Selzen, and Valper Galilei, we will stop you, said Zenobia. Give it your best shot, girlie. Once Valper over there finishes merging the Excaliburs together, you won't be able to stop me, said Freed as he took out a holy sword. You girls take Freed, I'll go after Valper, said Kiba. Right, both of them replied as the two ran towards Freed and Kiba ran towards Valper only to be stopped by a barrier. You really think I'd be down here without any protection? Ha, said Valper. Valper Galilei, in the name of my fallen comrades, you will die today, said Kiba. Ah. The only survived the irony how I get excommunicated because of the Holy Sword project, yet the church still uses my work. Those hypocrites, said Valper. What do you mean? Asked Kiba as he glared at him. It turns out the sacrifices of your friends were the key essence is what was needed for someone to be able to wield an Excalibur, and we crystallized it. Although nowadays there are safer ways to collect the essence, but I happen to have the one from that night on me, he said as he pulled out a blue crystal from his pocket and tosses it to Kiba. Here, keep it, I'll give you one last goodbye to your friends before you die, said Valper. Kiba caught the crystal. My friends, he said with a broken voice. He was suddenly filled with the voices and presence of his fallen friends, and he knew what to do. Balance break, sword of betrayer, said Kiba as a sword with both holy and demonic elements appeared in his hand. What's this? Yelled out Valper. This is the sword of betrayer, a holy demonic sword, my balance breaker, said Kiba. A holy demonic sword? That should be impossible, they're complete opposites unless… Valper didn't finish his sentence as a light spear penetrated his heart and fell down dead before he could finish merging the Excaliburs. Everyone just looked in shock until they heard Kokabeel speak. With Issei and Kokabeel. Kokabeel and Issei looked at each other in the air with both their wings out till Issei decided to make the first move as he flew towards Kokabeel. Before Kokabeel could react, Issei delivered a punch to his stomach, causing Kokabeel to cough out blood. In combination, Issei spun around and roundhouse kicked Kokabeel in the face, sending him flying until he stopped himself. Looks like I was right, I am going to have to take you seriously, said Kokabeel while wiping the blood away from his mouth. At least make this a decent fight, replied Issei. You are a fool, as powerful as you are, I have years of experience on you, boy, said Kokabeel as he formed a sword of light in his hand. Kokabeel flew towards Issei, swinging at him. While Issei was dodging, he formed a sword of his own as the two got into a sword fight. Kokabeel had the advantage in the fight due to the experience, as he kicked Issei in the face and sent him flying back. Alright, enough playing around, said Issei as his armor was regenerating thanks to Drake. The two flew at each other and threw punches while also creating light spears to kill one another. In the end of the scrabble, Issei was stabbed in the leg by a light spear as he flew back to get a little distance. Haha, looks like you're still weak, little boy, said Kokabeel as he charged up a huge light spear. No, replied Issei as he brought his hand up and snapped his fingers and the light spear disappeared. I'm just not taking you seriously yet. Kokabeel just looked at him with a scowl until he heard Valper talking. He formed a light spear and killed the man before he could finish the sentence. Valper Galilei, as useful as you were, you weren't supposed to figure that out, said Kokabeel. Issei looked down to see the orc and the church duo in front of them. What was he about to say? Yelled out Kiba. Well, since I am trying to start a war and all, I guess I'll let you in on one of the darkest secrets in the supernatural world, he said. No, thought Issei. Kokabeel, stop, yelled out Issei. Darkest secret? What's going on? Asked Rias. Well, Gremry, since you asked, I'll tell you. In the last great war, not only did the 4 devil kings die, but God did as well, said Kokabeel. Everyone widened their eyes in shock. It can't be God, is he dead? Asked Irina as her and Zenobia fell to their knees with looks of disbelief. Irina, thought Issei. Now angry, Issei formed a spear of light and killed Freed. Damn it, Kokabeel, why did you have to do that? Asked Issei. Judging by your reaction, I take it you already knew, he replied. At that moment, Issei felt another big power show up outside the barrier. I take it since serafall is already here that's Serzex, thought Issei. Come now, Red Dragon, let's finish so I can send you with your weakling of a father and hooer of a mother, said Kokabeel as he laughed. Issei just shook in rage as he looked towards the group. Rias, get Zenobia and Irina out of here. I want you all to help with the barrier. Your brother and Grafia just shower up as well. Please ask them to assist as well. I'm going to kill this bastard here and now. I was going to hold back quite a bit, but after what he just said I decided to go full power. If any of you stay, you'll die, said Issei. Rias only nodded as her and Kiba grabbed the church duo and left towards Sona. Issei waited until they were outside the barrier to continue. Office ne-sama, Red and I-sama, I'm sorry you told me not to go all out unless necessary, but this bastard deserves it, thought Issei. Who is about to awaken. Outside the barrier. Things were getting intense when a magic circle appeared and Serzex and Grafia showed up. What's happening? Asked Serzex. Rias and her peerage have defeated most of the enemies. The only one left is Kokabil, and Issei is fighting him, explained serafall. I should go in there and help, said Serzex when Rias and her peerage carrying the church duo came to the barrier. Sona saw this and opened it enough to let them through. Rias, what happened? Asked Serzex while looking at the duo, who still had looks of disbelief on their faces. Kokabil revealed something that he shouldn't have, she replied. Where's Issei? Asked serafall. He's in there. He asked us to help with the barrier. Brother, he wants you and Grafia to help as well, said Rias. Us? Why? Asked Serzex. Because he's not going to hold back against the crow, and if the barrier isn't powerful enough you'll all die, but the crow must have pissed him of bad to want to go into the angelic overdrive, said a voice behind them. They all turn around to see a girl in a gothic Lolita outfit and a guy dressed in casual clothing with red hair. And you are? Asked Serzex. Ofa-sama, Great Red Sama, it's nice to see you again, said serafall with a smile. Hello serafall, it's good to see you and Asia-chan, said Ophis. Ophis Onisama, Red Oniisama, hello, said Asia with a bow. Sarah-chan, Asia-chan, hello, said Great Red. Everyone widened their eyes in shock. Why are the two most powerful beings in existence here? Asked Serzex. We're here to watch our little brother fight this crow, replied Great Red. Little brother? Everyone yelled. Yes, little brother, said Ophis. Well, he mentioned he had an older brother and sister but never said who, said Rias. That's when everyone heard the eerie chant. All right, everyone to the barrier or none of you will survive. You're about to witness the true power of the strongest red dragon emperor in history, said Ophis as everyone helped with the barrier. Inside with Issei. Who is about to awaken am the heavenly dragon who has returned the principles of domination to God. Kokabil stares shocked at how much power he was releasing. I hold the principles of the infinite up high. I pray to the dream. Everyone outside stared in awe at the immense power Issei was putting out, and they saw he was engulfed in a red light. I am the heavenly dragon of domination, and I will show you the way to crimson heaven. Heavenly dragon angelic overdrive, roared out Drake. The light died down, and Kokabil started shaking in fear. Issei stood there. His armor was different. He had minimal armor around his legs. He had 2 gauntlets around his hands but were smaller than the regular-sized gauntlet. The armor around his torso was gone except for a slim chest plate with a green gem in the middle and red shoulder pads A/N. Think of Serzek's armor except red. His helmet was gone. Replace armor on both sides of his head. His eyes were glowing green. All his wings turned from black to crimson, and he had 2 halos on top of his head intertwined in a X shape. Outside. Everyone stared in awe at what they were seeing. That everyone is the angelic overdrive in that form. Issei can go toe-to-toe with me in dragon form, said Great Red. Everyone just looked at the battle that was about to unfold. Inside. Issei looked at his gauntlets and back at Kokabil. It's been a while since I've gone into this form, but I wanted to show you what true fear looks like before you died, said Issei. Kokabil started to back up in fear. What the hell are you? He yelled. I am Issei Hayadu and I am the ultimate dragon of domination, said Issei as he flew to Kokabil at blinding speeds and kicked him to the ground below. Before he could get up, Issei flew down to Kokabil, grabbed onto 2 of his wings and started pulling. The air was filled with Kokabil's screams of pain as Issei tore off all his wings 2 at a time. Issei picked him up by the neck as blood spurted out of his back. I've waited a long time for this. Any last words? Asked Issei. Just kill me, said Kokobile. As you wish, said Issei as he crushed Kokobile's neck so hard he decapitated him and threw his head next to the body. Ka-san, Tu-san, I've avenged you, said Issei as he looked up to the sky. Might as well meet the White One, thought Issei as he snapped his fingers and the barrier broke. When the barrier broke, a bright blue light came down in the ground. Is there a reason you're here, White One? Asked Issei. 2 reasons, actually. One is Azel tasked me with coming to collect Kokobile's body, and 2, I wanted to see what my rival could do, as you know we are destined to fight, said the White One. Forget it, Vali, if you fight him you will not survive, said the voice known as Albion. Issei Hayadu, we will meet again, said Vali as he picked up the body and teleported away. With that, Issei powered down, turned around, and saw serafall running towards him and tackling him to the floor. Issei, my love, I'm glad you're okay, she said. Yeah, babe, I'm fine, but could you let me up, please? He asked. She let him up to see everyone coming. Oh, before I forget, your siblings saw the battle, but they left already. They told me to tell you that they'll be seeing you soon, she said. Issei nodded as he looked towards Serzex. Serzex, it's nice to officially meet you. And Grafia, it's nice to see you again, said Issei. Grafia nodded and Serzex spoke. You as well, Issei Hayadu, replied Serzex as he shook his hand. Please, just Issei is fine. While I'm sure we have a lot to talk about, let's pick this up in a few days at the clubhouse. I need to get the church duo home. They learned something that they shouldn't have today, and we need time to recover, said Issei. Serzex only nodded as he vaguely knew what he was referring to. Asia, let's get these 2 home. You're coming too, right, serafall? Asked Issei. Of course, darling, she replied. With that, they grabbed the church duo and teleported to Issei's house to recover from the events that just took place. Chapter 12, Open House. It was the next morning, and Issei awoke in his bed and looked to his side to find a sleeping serafall and thought about the day before. It was one hell of a day, right, Drake? Indeed, partner, you finally got your revenge, and my question is, what now? Asked Drake. Now we keep the peace to make sure no one else has to lose people they care about the way I did, replied Issei. I see, partner, and what of the White One? I will deal with him when the time comes, he replied as he was brought out his thoughts when he felt serafall stir awake. Good morning, beautiful, said Issei as he kissed her forehead. Good morning, my love, she replied as she yawned. So what are your plans for today? Asked Issei. Well, I have to go meet with the others to give details of what happened, and you? She asked. Got to talk to the church duo to see what the next step is and then head to the club room to talk about everything. I think Serzex is going to stop by as well since his little sister was involved, explained Issei. Right, you did mention that you guys would speak today. Hopefully that goes well, but I have to go get ready for the meeting, said serafall as she got off the bed and switched into her formal clothes. I will see you soon, darling, she said. Wait, serafall, before you go, in a few days there's going to be an open house at the school. You should stop by, he said as he smiled at her. What? Why am I only hearing about this now? So Tan has some explaining to do, she yelled out as a magic circle appeared under her. Whoa, relax, at least I told you, now you can surprise her, he said. I guess you're right. But anyways, I really have to go, darling. I will be back for the open house. I love you, she replied. I love you too. With that, she teleported out of the room, leaving Issei alone. He looked at the time. Well, they should be up already. Hopefully they aren't too depressed about yesterday, Issei thought out loud as he got up and got ready to head downstairs. He got downstairs to see Irina and Zenobia struggling to eat the breakfast Asia had made them. Good morning, girls, he said as he walked to the table. Issei and I, good morning. Sit down and I'll serve you a plate as well, said Asia. Morning, said both girls, and they could barely look up at him. Alright, you guys, Rias dropped off the Excalibur fragments here last night. After everything, I know it's rough to find out the truth, but you two still have to deliver the fragments to the church, said Issei. You're right, it's just hard. We went from thanking and praying to God every day to only find out he's dead. Who have we been praying to? Sighed Irina. Well, Michael has been doing a great job of running heaven so he hears all the prayers, said Issei. I know this is going to be rough going back to the church, so before you guys go back I want you both to know that if either of you feel like that church isn't for you anymore cause of finding the truth, you both are more than welcome to come back here and stay with us, said Issei with his trademark smile. Both girls just looked at him and started to tear up. Thank you, Issei-kun, said Irina. You have my thanks as well for the generous offer, Issei, said Zenobia. It's really no problem at all. Now let's get you the airport. I know both you have to go back to the church. He said. They both only nodded as they got up to get ready. Scene change. Airport. Issei and Asia came to see the two off at the airport and exchanging their goodbyes. Goodbye, Irina-san, Zenobia-san, said Asia with a smile. Asia. Thank you for your hospitality. I really want to apologize for what I said that day in the club room, said Zenobia as she bowed. It's all right, please raise your head, she replied. Yeah, thank you for everything, Asia, said Irina, and she hugged her. Geez, you would think it was her house that they were staying at, thought Issei as he deadpanned. Issei-san, thank you as well, said Zenobia as she shook his hand. Right, remember my offer will always stand, he replied as he smiled, and she walked off to the terminal and Asia walked away to give the Issei and Irina some time. I guess this is it, huh? Said Irina. It is. Well, for now at least, which reminds me you did get to finish what you were going to say before everything happened, he replied. Irina blushes a deep shade of red as she remembered what he was talking about. All right, she said as she walked up to him. Issei, I love you, she said as her plane as called for boarding, and she ran off, leaving Issei standing there with his eyes widened in shock. Well, the Leviathan is going to be super happy about this, said Drake in their mental link. Oh. Shit. I do have to tell her, it's only right, replied Issei. You shouldn't be so surprised. Dragons are known to have more than one mate, and also the devils believe in polygamy, so it's alright. Easy for you to say, you know how serafall is, yelled Issei in his mind. Bahahaha, you're correct, good luck, partner. Issei only sighed as he took out his phone as texted serafall what had just happened. Well, let's hope for the best, he thought as he walked towards Asia and went to go speak to Rias. Orc club room. Issei knocked on the door, and all he was Rias from the other side. Come in. They entered to see everyone from the orc and Sona and Tsubaki present. Hey guys, alright, let's get started. I know we have a lot of questions, said Issei as he sat in the chair in front of Rias's desk. Very well, let's get straight to it then, said Rias. Great. Red and Ophis showed up saying you were their little brother. Care to explain? Asked Sona. Well, see, it all started like this. One explanation of past events to current. Everyone in the orc room except for Asia had their eyes wide open as they heard his story. Amazing, so you trained with two gods for the majority of your life. It's no wonder you're so powerful, said Sona. Yup, I really appreciate all that Ophis Ne-sama and Red and I-sama have done for me, said Issei. And now that you've had your revenge, what is your plan now? Asked Rias. Well, Issei was cut off by a magic circle appearing in the middle of the room. Issei immediately recognized the circle. Oh God, please no, thought Issei as he paled. The light died down, and serafall came out with an angry expression directed at Issei. Issei, hi, do you have some explaining to do? She said in a serious tone. It wasn't my fault, I swear, he said as he was starting to feel fear until he heard another voice. This looks like a good time, said the voice as a magic circle appeared and out came Graphia and Serzex. Everyone in the room bowed in respect. You guys realize that serafall's the Devil King too, right? Thought Issei as his sweat dropped. Oni-sama, what brings you here? Asked Rias. Well, two reasons actually. One is to speak to Issei here, said Serzex as he looked at Issei. Hello Issei, you and I and serafall need to have a private conversation after this. Issei only nodded. And second is open house is coming really soon. I came to my little sister at work, he said. Rias only paled. Oh, and sister father is coming as well, he continued. Anyways, now that's that out of the way, Issei, is it alright if we speak now? Asked Serzex. Yes, of course, I'll teleport us all to my place, said Issei as he made a magic circle and teleported Serafall, Graphia, Asia, Serzex, and himself to his home. Issei's house. They arrived at the home and Issei looked at Asia. Asia, would you please make us some tea? Asked Issei. Hi, Issei and I, she replied as she went to the kitchen. Please have a seat, said Issei as he motioned towards the couch, Issei across from Serzex while Graphia stood behind him and Serafall sat next to Issei, who still had a mad look on her face. So what can I do for you, Serzex? Asked Issei. Well, Issei, we the Devil faction would like to thank you as a whole for stopping Kokobile from starting another war. You saved a lot of lives. But I also want to personally thank you for protecting our little sisters and would like to make it up to you since you and Serafall have a relationship. The 4 great devil kings decided to make you an honorary devil at the ultimate class. With that we would to give a set of your own evil pieces, said Serzex as he pulled out a box and opened it, and inside was a chess set. I assume you know how this works? Asked Serzex. Issei only nodded as he took the king piece and put it against his chest, and it absorbed in, and he suddenly felt a surge of power within him. Serzex looked at the remaining pieces and his eye widened in shock. Incredible, they all mutated, he said. Serafall and Graphia widened there, and Issei looked at the box. The pieces went from being red to being a glowing dark purple. Is this bad? Asked Issei. Well, no, not exactly, but I've never seen anything like before, and since the pieces are going off of your power, any one you add to your peerage will be a fallen angel instead of devil, explained Serzex. Issei just nodded at the explanation. Well, anyways, we should go. We have to find a hotel to stay at until the open house, said Serzex as he stood up. You're more than welcome to stay here. I do have an extra guest room, said Issei. Oh no, we couldn't possibly impose like that, Serzex replied. It's no trouble at all, really, he said. Well, if you insist, then we'll accept your generosity, he said as Asia walked back in. Asia, could you show Serzex and Graphia to the guest room? They'll be staying with us until the open house, he said. Hi, Issei and I, she replied as she showed them the room. Issei looked at Serafall. All right, now let's talk, he said. I'm only going to ask one question. Do you love her? She asked. Well, to be honest, we grew up together and separated when my parents were killed and she had to move, but I kept thinking about her throughout the years and being reunited felt good, so yeah, I guess I can say I love Irina, said Issei. Oh, she replied grimly. But I love you, Serafall, he continued as she snapped her head up to look at him with tears in her eyes. I love you, Serafall, with all your faults and your cosplay hobby and all, he said as he smiled at her. Serafall didn't reply but only kissed him with a lot of passion behind the kiss. As they broke the kiss, Serafall was the one to break the silence. Okay, she said. Okay? Asked Issei as he arched his eyebrow. Yes, I will share you. But only with Irina-chan, no harem, she said. Really? Yes, really, because I love you, Issei Hayadu, and I want you to be happy, she said as she smiled at him. I love you, Serafall. I love you too, Issei. Let's go to bed, gotta prep for the next few days. She nodded and they went to bed for the night. Time skipped to the open house. And not gonna lie, don't feel like typing all that stuff, lol, just watch the anime for reference. And instead of him making a Ria's sculpture, he made one of Serafall, and obviously no parents since, dead. Time skip after open house back at Issei's. Everyone had a nice time at the open house, and Serzex, Rias, Xiaticus, and Graphia were in the living room talking about the events. Well, this sure was a lively evening. Too bad Serafall couldn't join us, said Xiaticus. It's alright, she wanted to spend time with her sister, replied Issei. Right. Well, it's getting pretty late, so I think we should call it a day here. Come on, Rias, I'll take you home, he said. Of course, father, she replied as they left through the front door. Graphia, could you please go on and head home first? There are some matters I wish to speak to Issei here about before I head back, said Serzex. Hi, Serzex-sama, she replied as she teleported away. What's up? Asked Issei. Well, you see, Issei, there was another reason for me coming to open house today. It was to scope out the school. You see, we plan to hold a meet with the leaders of the 3 factions soon to discuss a peace treaty, and we want you to be there, said Serzex. Of course, Serzex, I'll be there, he replied. With that, Serzex stood up. Well then, Issei, that will be all. I'll take my leave now. I will let Rias know to tell you when the meeting is, he said. Right, he replied, and with that Serzex had left the home. Issei turned his head to Asia, who came in from the kitchen. Asia, I forgot to tell you something, he said. What is it, Issei and I? She asked. You see, Serzex gave me some evil pieces. It's what devils use to reincarnate other devils, and I was wondering if you would like to be my first peerage member? He asked. Asia didn't sing but hugged him really tightly with joy. Hi, I will gladly join you, Anai-sama. All right, he said as he patted her on the head and took out the box. Let's see here, Asia is good with magic, so I should make her a bishop, thought Issei as he pulled out a bishop piece. Now I have to warn you, if you go through with this you will be reincarnated into a fallen angel. Are you sure you want to continue? Asked Issei. Hi, she said with confidence. Right then, he put the bishop piece on her chest. In the name of Issei Hayadu, I reborn Asia Argento into my bishop. May you shield us and aid us all in battle. Rejoice in your new life, said Issei, and the piece went into Asia. She felt the surge of power go through her, and as the light died down, 6 fallen angel wings came out of her back. Issei whistled. 6 wings, that's pretty cool, he said. Oh, thank you, Issei and I, she yelled out as she retracted her wings. Right, well, let's just go to bed, Asia, alright? Hi. With that, they went off to bed to put an end to an eventful day. Chapter 13. Time before the meeting. Issei awoke the next morning recalling the events of the previous night with Asia. So I have my first peerage member now, thought Issei. Indeed, partner, have you put any thought of who else you want to be in your peerage? Asked Drake. None whatsoever, replied Issei, pretty much just winging it, no pun intended, he thought as he stood up from bed to get ready for the day. I should, however, pay my uncle a visit to see how he knows our rival, said Issei out loud. I am also curious about that. Well, only one way to find out, he replied as he decided to pay his uncle a visit before school and made a magic circle underneath him and teleported away. Scene change: Azazel's place. Issei appeared in the living room of Azazel, looked around and noticed no one was there, so he called out. Hello? He said. Issei? What brings you here, my boy? Replied Azazel as he came out of the bathroom. I have a question for you, uncle, he said. Let me take a wild guess. It has to do with the White Dragon Emperor, correct? He asked. Issei nodded and he noticed a blue magic circle appear on the floor. Ah, speak of the devil, literally, said Azazel. As a boy with silver hair who appeared to be Issei's age appeared and looked at Azazel, then at Issei. Issei, this is Vala Lucifer, aka the White Dragon Emperor. Vala, as you know, this is my nephew Issei Hayadu, said Azazel. Yo, we met yesterday when I went to go retrieve Kokobil's body, however I was in my balance breaker so he didn't see my face, said Vala while staring at Issei. Now boys, don't go fighting yet, said Azazel. You know how much I like to fight strong opponents, Azazel, and yesterday he gave me quite the show, replied Vala. Well, I didn't come here to fight, I just came here to ask how you know each other, replied Issei with a shrug. Oh. See, a long time ago, when I was traveling in the underworld, I had found Vali abandoned and beaten as a kid, so I took him in and trained him ever since, explained Azazel. Okay, well, that explains that. I guess then in a way we're cousins, said Issei. Vala slightly widened his eyes. How can this guy just be so cool with this? He does realize that we're rivals, right? Thought Vala. Issei turned to look at Vala. I can pretty much take a guess at what you're thinking right now, and yes, I am aware that we have a fated fight, but does it really have to be that way? After getting my revenge on Kokobil, the only thing I want to do now is just keep the peace between the factions, said Issei. Keep the peace, huh? I don't know, it seems kind of boring if you asked me, replied Vala. Well, to be honest, we all know there's going to be some strong people who will oppose the treaty and try to start conflict, so even without war you'll still be able to fight strong opponents. So what do you say, help me keep the peace as friends, and I'll even spar with you when you want, replied Issei. Albion, what do you think I should do? Thought Vali. I think you should take him up on the offer. He has a point, you would still be able to fight strong opponents, and if you fight alongside him the world will definitely fear the names of the heavenly dragons, replied Albion. Alright, Issei Hayado, I'll take you up on that. As long as I get to fight some strong people, it's alright by me. But we will spar a lot, said Vali. Great. That's one less thing to worry about now. Also, Uncle, where's Rei? Asked Issei as he turned to look at Azazel. She should be back any minute. She went to go drop off some papers with Penemu at the Grigori. Why do you ask? He replied. Well, since I'm with serafall and I helped save his little sister Serzex, and the 4 devil kings made me an honorary devil, thus giving me a set evil pieces. However, instead of devils they're reincarnated into fallen angels, said Issei. That's amazing, said Azazel. Wait, you're with the serafall Leviathan? Asked the dumbfounded Vali. Yeah, why? He replied as he shrugged. No reason. She's hot. Respect, said Vali as he put his fist up. Azazel only laughed at the interaction between the two when a magic circle appeared on the floor and Rainer came out. Hey Rei, I was looking for you, said Issei. Oh hey Issei. What's up? She asked curiously. Well, I've already explained to Azazel and Vali here, but Serzex made me an honorary devil and gave me a set of evil pieces, but instead of devil they're reincarnated into fallen angels, and I came by to see if you would like to be in my peerage? He asked. Of course I would love to be. Okay then, he replied as he took out his set and took out the other bishop. Issei did his chant and the bishop absorbed into Rainar's chest, and she felt a surge of power run through her. Alright, I'm curious if there was a difference right off the bat. Rei, show me your wings, said Issei. Rainer did as she was instructed and 10 fallen angel wings came out. Azazel and Vali widened their eyes. So I was right, taking in one of my pieces gets you an auto upgrade, said Issei. So you've tried this already? Asked Azazel. Yeah, on Asia, when the bishop absorbed into her she auto had 6 wings and she was just human when I did it, explained Issei. It seemed that because you yourself are so powerful that when they get reincarnated by you they get a power upgrade, said an interested Azazel. Well, anyways, I have to go to school now. Rei, I'll call you later, alright? Said Issei. Of course, she replied. He made a magic circle and left for school. Time skip after school at home. Issei and Asia just got back home. He didn't go to the orcs since Rias and her peerage has devil duties to fulfill. Asia had gone into the kitchen to start making dinner, while Issei sat on his couch to watch TV until there was a knock on his door. Issei sensed who was outside and sensed 2 familiar presences and got up. Asia, go ahead and make dinner for 4, we have company, said Issei as he walked to the door. Hi Issei and I, she replied. He got to the door and opened it to find the church duo with their luggage looking as if they had been crying. Come in, he said as he stepped to the side to let them in. They went inside and set their luggage by the couch and sat down while Issei sat across from them. Alright. What happened? He asked. When we got back we handed them all the fragments, and they asked for the mission report. We told them everything that happened, explained Irina. Let me take a wild guess and say because they found out you knew about God's death they excommunicated you too? He asked. The duo only nodded sadly. Well, I told the both of you that you could come back and I meant it, so what are your plans now? We honestly have no idea, replied Zenobia. Well, since you don't know, how about joining my peerage? He said with a smile. Peerage? But you're not a devil? Asked Irina. Well, after the whole thing with Kokabeel happened they made me an honorary devil and gave me some evil pieces, but mine are different. Instead of becoming devils you would become fallen angels, explained Issei. Both of them widened their eyes in shock. Why you want us to join you? Asked Zenobia. Hell yeah, he replied. I will join you, Issei-kun, said Irina. I as well will join you, said Zenobia. All right then, he said as he pulled out the box with the remaining pieces in it, as he pulled out a knight piece and put it against Zenovia's chest, and began the chant. In the name of Issei Hayado I call you Zenobia Quartra as my knight. May your sword bring down our enemies and defend this household. Rejoice in your new life. As he finished, the piece absorbed into Zenobia, and there was a glow. When the glow died down, there stood Zenobia with her 8 fallen wings out. And Issei whistled. 8? That's pretty strong. I take it you may have kept a sword from the church? He asked. Yes, I have the holy sword Durandal in a pocket dimension, she replied. Durandal? Well, then you will certainly become strong, he replied. He then turned to Irina and pulled out the queen. I was saving this piece for you since I got it. Would you do me the honors and be my queen? Asked Issei. Irina just stared at him. A tear slowly fell onto her cheek as she smiled and nodded. Issei only smiled as he put the piece to her chest. In the name of Issei Hayado I call you Irina Shida to serve me side by side as my queen. Rejoice in your new life, he said as the piece absorbed into her chest and a flash of red light appeared and the light died down, and there stood Irina with 10 fallen wings coming out of her back. Issei saw his and smiled. Irina felt the power surge through her. Woe was all she thought. Well, now that that's done, let's get you guys situated into your room, then we're gonna train how to use your light magic for the spears, explained Issei. Well, I have a question, said Zenobia. Yes, Zenobia, what is it? Asked Issei. Well, we're new to the whole wings thing. How do we put them back? She asked. I was wondering that too, said Irina. Oh, ha ha ha, just relax your back and imagine them gone and they'll retract, explained. They did what he said and both their wings retracted. All right, let's go get you guys settled in, said Issei. Time skipped to later that night. It had been a long day. Issei went to visit Azazel, went to school, and came home to the church. Duo being here and the two joining his peerage along with Rainier also got some training, and Zenobia and Irina were able to pick up light magic really quick. While Zenovia's light was blue, Irina's was pink. Man, it's been an interesting day today, Drake, thought Issei. Indeed, it was. Your friend Irina is gonna to become a really strong piece, said Drake. Well, she is my queen after all, he replied. Issei was suddenly cut off of the mental link when he heard a knock on his door. Come in, he said. Issei? Said Irina as she poked her head through the door. Hey Irina, what's up, you okay? He asked. Yeah. I just wanted to speak with you about something. Yes, sure, go ahead, he said as he sat on the bed. Well, I wanted to know what you thought about what I told you at the airport, she said shyly. That's right, I've talked to serafall about it but haven't given Irina a response since she's been gone, he thought. Well, Irina, I'll be blunt, I talked to serafall about it, and at first she was really mad, but eventually we talked it out, and I need to tell you this, I love serafall, said Issei. Oh, she replied grimly. Ha, I love adding dramatic, he thought. But I also love you as well, Irina, he said. Irina looked up in shock with tears in her eyes. Serafall and I talked, and if you're willing to share, then she's willing to share me with you, but only you, so my question is, are you okay with that? He asked. Irina flung herself at him and hugged him. As long as I can be with you, then I'm okay with it, she said. Then I guess we're together. Issei was suddenly cut off as Irina kissed his lips passionately. They broke apart after a minute, and Issei was shocked. Is it okay if I stay with you here tonight? She asked. Sure, Irina, that's fine, he replied as he patted her on the head, and she got into one side of the bed and both drifted off into sleep. Chapter 14, Peace Between Factions. Issei woke up the next morning to find he was alone in the bed. I wonder where Irina went, he thought. She's probably with your knight, that blue-hair girl, replied Drake. Her name's Zenobia, Drake deadpanned Issei. Yeah, that one? Well, I'd better go see what they're up, he replied as he got up and got ready for the day. Living room. Issei walked into the living room to find his peerage all on the couches talking. He looked towards Rainier. Hey Ray. When did you get here? Asked Issei. Oh, not that long ago I came by to see Asia so we could train a bit before you guys go to school and ended up meeting Irina and Zenobia since we didn't get a chance to properly meet last time with everything going," she replied. "Alright, that's good, Irina. Zenobia, I'm pretty sure you guys know by now, but this is Rainer, my cousin, and also my other bishop," he explained. "Yeah, we know," giggled Irina. Issei nodded as he felt his phone vibrate in his pocket and took it out to see he had a message from Rias. "Alright guys, Rias says to meet her at the Or clubhouse as soon as possible, so let's head over," he said as he made a teleportation circle big enough for everyone. Irina and Zenobia stared in amusement. "I'll teach you two later how to teleport. For now, let's go see Rias," he said. They nodded and got into the circle and teleported away. Or clubroom. They teleported into the clubroom to see everyone from Rias's peerage was there. "Hey Rias, what's up?" asked Issei. Rias gave him a confused look. "What are Irina and Zenobia doing here?" she asked. "Oh right, I think I forgot to tell you. Well, your brother made me an honorary devil since the whole Kokabille thing and my relationship with serafall, and gave me a set of evil pieces, but since it's my energy they're going off of, they reincarnate as fallen angels instead of devils as far as Irina and Zenobia goes. See, when they found out the truth about God, the church labeled them as heretics and excommunicated them," explained Issei. Rias just widened her eyes. "Girls, tell Rias you ranks and show your wings please," said Issei. They all nodded as Asia was the first one to go. "I'm a bishop," she said, and he released her 6 fallen wings. "I'm the other bishop," said Rainer, and she released her 10 wings. "I'm a knight," said Zenobia as she released her 8 wings. "And I'm his queen," giggled Irina as she released her 10 wings. To say everyone was shocked was an understatement. As they saw the amount of wings they had, they knew that each one of them could take on Rias's peerage alone. With that, everyone put their wings back, and Zenobia noticed Kiba by the window and walked over to him. "Hello again, Kiba, it's nice to see you again, this time on better terms," she said as she smiled. "Agreed. It's nice to see you as well, Zenobia. I'm sorry about what happened at the church," said Kiba. "It's unfortunate, but I'm the bright side. I get to stay with my friends and I get to see you again," she said with a wink. Issei arched an eyebrow at this. Smooth, he thought. Kiba blushed a bit. "Well, since you feel that way, would you like to go out for dinner with me this weekend?" he asked. "And here comes the shot," thought Issei. "I would love to," she replied. "I'd yes, good," thought Issei. "Do you have to do your commentary so loud?" asked Drake in his mind. "Well, no, but it's fun," he replied as he turned back to Rias. "So anyways, back to the topic at hand, what's up?" he asked. Rias cleared her throat as she regained her composure. "My brother suggested I released my other bishop. We've been keeping him here sealed for everyone's safety. See, he has a powerful sacred gear that he has no real control over, and it's a danger to everyone. I wanted to see maybe you could be of some assistance since his gear would most likely not affect you," she explained. "Okay. What's his gear?" Issei asked. "It's the Forbidden Valor View," she replied. Issei nodded. "I can see why it would be dangerous. Alright, let's go see him," he said as everyone got up to leave the room. Outside the sealed door. The door had caution tape on it as to keep people out. Issei looked at it curiously. "A keynote if you would," said Rias. "Right," she replied as he broke the seal and the door opened only to be met with a dark room and silence. "It's okay, the seal is gone, you can come out now," said Rias. "No, I don't want to, it's better safer in here," replied a little high-pitched voice. "The buck?" thought Issei. Everyone walked in only to find a small figure in the corner of the room. The figure had platinum blonde hair and wearing a female Co-Academy uniform. "I thought they said it was a male?" asked Drake in the mental link. "He is. Feel his energy, that is most definitely a male. This must be what Red Ni-san refers to as a trap," replied Issei. "Okay. My turn. The buck? Just go with it, I guess." "Gasper, it's okay, no one is going to hurt you, it's time to come out now," said Rias. "No, it's not safe, I'm too dangerous, I still can't control my power," replied Gasper as time seemingly froze. Issei, Irina and Rainer gave each other a look and turned back to Gasper. "Hey little buddy, it's alright," said Issei. What's going on? You guys are still moving? Cried out Gasper. Well, the thing is we're too strong for your power to work on us. But that power you control is pretty dangerous. However, if you're willing to come out, I'm willing to help you train to control your power. That way you can protect Rias as a man from the House of Gremory, said Issei. You'd be willing to help me? Asked Gasper. Of course, any friend of Rias is a friend of mine, replied Issei as he stuck his hand out. Gasper took his hand and time moved at regular speed again. What just happened? Asked Rias. I'm going to train Gasper myself. He's agreed to come out as long as I help him control his power, said Issei. Thank you, Issei. It really means a lot that you're willing to do this, Rias said with a slight blush. Irina saw the blush and puffed her cheeks and pouted. Issei saw this. That's adorable, she's jealous, he thought, and turned to Gasper. All right, Gasper, let's head out of here and train. Oh, and Rias, could you do me a solid? Asked Issei. Sure. What do you need? She asked. Can you talk to Sona and get these two enrolled in the academy as second years? Guess it shouldn't be too hard. I'll talk with her about it, she replied. All right, thanks, Rias. Come on, Gasper, let's go start your training, said Issei. Gasper was reluctant at first but eventually gave in. Time skip. It was Friday. Over the course of the week, Issei has been training Gasper. He now has more control of his power. However, if Issei gives him a little bit of his blood, he'll temporarily have full control. Issei yawned as he walked into his bedroom. So tomorrow is the meeting. Let's hope for the best, thought Issei. Indeed, partner, but I have a feeling there might be some interference with the meeting. Having the three faction leaders in the same place is the perfect place for an attack, replied Drake. You're right, I'll have to keep my guard up, he thought, when a familiar magic circle appeared in the room and out came serafall. Hey babe, I miss you, smiled Issei as he walked up to her and gave her a kiss. I miss you too, love. Sorry I haven't been here, I've been busy with the whole meeting tomorrow and all had to make arrangements, she replied. It's no problem, you're a devil king, you're obviously busy, he said. Thank you for understanding, she smiled. Where's Irina-chan? She's probably asleep in her and Zenovia's room, he replied. I wanted to talk to her about everything, she said as she puffed her cheeks and pouted. You can talk to her after everything tomorrow, babe, he said as he patted her head. All right. So can I stay the night? She asked. Of course, you're always welcome here, my love, he replied. They kissed again and went to bed as tomorrow was a big day for everyone. Time skipped to place of meeting. Issei and his peerage arrived to the school and into the halls where he met up with Rias, Sona and her peerage. Hey guys, we're here. Where's Gasper and Kaneko? Asked Issei as he noticed the two were missing. They're both at the clubhouse. Gasper decided to stay there since he still can't fully control his sacred gear. He didn't want to interrupt the meeting in any way, and Kaneko is there to keep him company, she replied. Okay, well, let's go inside and get started, he said as he opened the doors. Issei noticed that they had decided to use the student council office to host meeting. They have removed the main desk and couches and had replaced them with one long desk with three different sides. On the left side was Serzex and serafall with Grafia standing behind them. On the right there was Azazel with a woman who had light pale skin and long black hair that ran down to the middle of her back, but what caught Issei's attention was that she was wearing a low-cut top with large breast. And behind them was Vali. In the middle was a man with church robes and armor with green eyes and shoulder-length blonde hair, and next to him was another beautiful woman also wearing church robes with long blonde hair that goes down to her lower back and blue eyes. Behind them was a woman with shoulder-length blonde hair and blue eyes. Each of them had a halo over their head. Ah, great, Issei, my boy, you're here. Before we get started, Issei, the two in the middle are your Aunt Gabriel and your Uncle Michael, said Azazel. Everyone except those mentioned widened their eyes in shock. Ah, so this is Israel's little boy. It's great to see you again after all these years, Issei, said Michael. Oh my, how you gotten so big. We haven't seen you since you were about 2 when your mother decided to let you have a normal life. We respected her wishes, said Gabriel as she teared up. It's good to finally see you, Auntie and Uncle, said Issei as he bowed. Your other uncles Uriel and Raphael couldn't make it today as someone had to be in heaven, but we can arrange another day for you three to meet," said Michael. Issei just nodded. "Now that that's out of way, let's officially get started with the meeting. First off, I want to start this meeting by saying that I apologize for my former subordinate Kokabeel, but he went rogue years ago and was completely acting on his own. I don't want war," said Azazel. "Okay, well, at least we got the swords back and no one got seriously injured throughout this whole ordeal," said Michael. "I agree the important matter is that everyone's safe, but we still need to hear the reports. Rias, if you would," said Serzex. One explanation of the Kokabeel events later. "Isona Citri, second in charge of Ko, can confirm everything stated is indeed the truth," said Sona. "Great job, Sona," said serafall as she smiled at her younger sibling. "Let's just make peace and be done with it," shrugged Azazel. "The angel faction also wants peace," said Michael. "The devil faction wants the same," said Serzex. "Before we get to signing the treaty, let's ask the two strongest presences in this room their thoughts on it. Issei, what do you think of it?" asked Azazel. "I want peace so those who are precious to me are safe," he replied. "And Vali?" asked Azazel. "I just want to fight strong opponents," he replied. "Yeah, but you don't need war to fight strong opponents," replied Azazel. "Yeah, I guess you're right," he replied. "So then let there be peace," said Azazel. At that moment time seemed to have stopped. Only Rias, Sona and their peerage were frozen in time. "What happened?" asked Issei. "It seems that Vampire Kid was forced into his balance breaker. We're not affected by it because we're too powerful," explained Azazel. At that moment 100 of magic circles came out in the sky and people wearing robes came out. "Magicians," said Serzex. "Vali, handle them, will you?" asked Azazel. "No need, Uncle Irina and Ray, please take care of them," said Issei. They both nodded and left outside. Everyone looked outside to see that the two were dominating the magicians, killing them with magic and light spears. Issei then turned to Asia and Zenobia. "Can you girl go to the clubhouse and bring back Gasper and Kaneko? Please tend to any wounds they may have, Asia," said Issei. Both nodded and left. Issei turned back to the outside when he sensed a surge of power, and quickly made a barrier big enough and powerful enough to protect everyone in the room as the roof exploded. "Well, that's quite a strong barrier to protect from an attack like that," said a female voice. Everyone looked up to see a woman with tan skin and light brown hair. "Well, if it isn't Kateria Leviathan, descendant of the original Leviathan," said Azazel. "Kateria, what are you doing here?" yelled out serafall. "Isn't it obvious to claim what is rightfully mine? I'm a descendant of the original Leviathan. I should be the Devil King, not some fake bitch," she said. Issei got mad at the comment she made about serafall, and he looked at Vali. "Vali, you want to kill her or should I?" he asked. "Normally I would be more than willing to do so, but considering she just disrespected you, girlfriend, I get the feeling you want to fight her a little bit more than I do," replied Vali. "Alright, then I'll take care of her," as he released his 14 fallen wings and flew up to greet the Leviathan face to face. "Now listen here, bitch, I can tolerate your bullshit speech about how you rightfully deserve this and that, but what I will not tolerate is the disrespect on someone I love, and for that you will die," said Issei with a serious expression. "How you think because you have so many wings you can kill off a Devil King? Don't make me laugh, kid," she replied. "Very well, then try not to make it too boring. Balance break," he said. "Welsh Dragon Balance Breaker." "W what? You're the Red Dragon Emperor?" Kateria yelled out. Gabriel and Michael were staring in awe at the power Issei was putting out, and smiled as they couldn't be more proud of their nephew. For the first time in a very long time, Kateria felt fear. "Now before we start, I need answers. Who sent you?" asked Issei. "Cruzri and Shalba did," she said. "So the descendants of Asmodeus and Beelzebub," said Azazel, getting everyone's attention to pay attention to the questions Issei is asking. "And you do you three work for?" asked Issei. "A group of strong individuals. We call ourselves the Chaos Brigade," she replied. "And who leads it?" he asked. "Rise of them, Lucifer," she replied. Everyone down below is shocked to hear that Misajbm is behind everything and Vali is furious. I guess I made the right choice to stay on this side after all. Now I'll have my chance to kill that bastard, he thought. Thank you for the information, but you realize you won't leave here alive, said Issei. Yes, but I'm taking you out with me, she yelled out as she launched a magic attack at Issei. Issei dodged the attack and flew towards the Leviathan at speeds she couldn't keep up with. He kneed her in the stomach, and reached his hand back in less than a second, formed a spear of light, and drove the spear into the heart of the Leviathan. She coughed up blood as the spear disappeared, and before she could start falling, Issei used fire magic to set her body ablaze. He looked around to see that the magicians were retreating. He deactivated his balance breaker and flew down to everyone else, where he noticed that Rias, Sona and their peerage were able to move again as Gasper and the rest walked in. It would seem we have a bigger threat to deal with now, said Michael. Indeed, it's best for us to make peace now and ally our forces against this threat, said Serafall. Indeed, so it's official then. The three factions are now at peace with one another, said Azazel as they passed around a scroll that each of them signed, and finally peace was formed. Issei walked up to Michael. Uncle, I have something to ask you, he said. What is it, child? You may ask me anything, he replied. Why were Zenobia and Irina excommunicated from the church? He asked. It was unfortunate that they were excommunicated, but the church are under strict laws from us to excommunicate any who find out the truth about God, since the truth would shake the foundation of the church. I made the laws to protect the church and its believers, Michael replied as he turned towards the two and bowed. I am truly sorry about what happened to the two of and hope one day you are able to forgive me, he said. Michael-sama, please raise your head, said Irina. We already forgiven the church and its members since we've been excommunicated. We've been happy. Yes, we were happy with our belief and everyone at the church, but now we can go to a normal school and have friends and find love. We are truly happy, Michael-sama, explained Irina. Thank you, girls, replied Michael as he smiled at them as the women standing behind them came up. It's good to see that you're doing good, Zenobia, said the woman. Griselda ne-sama, yelled out Zenobia as she ran to give her a hug. I have missed you too, Zenobia, and now with this treaty we'll be seeing more of each other, she replied. Well, now that that's settled, let's clean this place up and head home. I'm tired and in dire need of a drink, said Azazel. Azazel-sama, please control your alcoholic tendencies, said the woman next to him. Issei got curious as to who this was and walked up to them. Uncle, I wanted to ask to who this was since I've never seen her, he asked. Oh, Issei, my boy, this here is Penami. You probably don't remember her since last time you saw her you were two, but she's a cadre in the Grigori, handles all file sorting and is also Reynar's mother and my wife, explained Azazel. Issei widened his eyes in shock as Penami gave Issei a hug. It's good to finally see you again, Issei, she said as Issei returned the hug. Wait, so why is she calling you Azazel-sama? Asked Issei. She likes to keep formalities in public, kinda how Grafia is with Serafall, shrugged Azazel. Issei only nodded and walked towards his peerage. Alright guys, it's been kinda of a long day, so let's go home, shall we? Asked Issei. They all nodded as a magic circle appeared under them. Wait, they heard serafall yell out. I coming with you. I have some stuff to talk about with Irina-chan, but that can wait till tomorrow morning, she said. Issei only nodded as he teleported all home to rest. Chapter 15 to the Underworld. Issei woke up in the morning to a lovely sight, serafall on his right side and Irina on his left side. Both were sound asleep. You know, this would be totally awesome if I didn't have to super piss now. How am I gonna get out of this? Thought Issei. Good luck, partner, replied Drake. Maybe if I shook them gently? He thought as he gently started to shake them. Hey girls, I like being like this and all, but I gotta use the restroom like really bad, he said, only to be met with the light sound of snoring coming from serafall. Seriously, come on. He tried again but failed again. Maybe some a little shock from lightning magic would do the trick, suggested Drake. You know what, I'd normally be against that idea, but desperate times call for desperate measures, he thought as he got a serious look on his face and charged up some lighting magic on his palms and sent surges of electricity through both girls. Kayuya, screamed out both girls as they jumped off the bed, and with that Issei shot up and bolted out the door only to hear, "What the hell, Issei?" from both girls down the hall as he made it to the restroom. Totally worth, he thought as he handled his business. Scene changed to the table for breakfast. Asia had made everyone breakfast and Serafall and Irina were both glaring at Issei from across the table when Zenobia walked in. What happened?" she asked. "Woke up, had to use the restroom, but these two sleep like rocks apparently, so I used some lighting magic to wake them up," replied Issei. Makes sense, Irina was always a heavy sleeper," said Zenobia. "I am not," protested Irina. Zenobia only deadpanned at Irina. "So anyways, changing subjects here, when's your date with Prince Charming?" asked Issei. "Tonight, actually I'm nervous about it being in the church. I didn't have time to pursue a romantic relationship, and now under you I do, so it's all very new to me," she explained. "Just be yourself and I'm sure he'll fall for you," said Issei as he smiled. "Thank you, Issei," she replied, and Issei turned toward his two girls. "Alright, serafall, so what is it you wanted to talk about?" asked Issei. "Oh right, Irina-chan, now that you're with Issei as well, I need to tell you this. As a Devil King, I don't have as much time as I would like with him, and I'm sorry if I come off a bit rude, but I would appreciate it if when I do show up, Issei and I could have alone time. If you want to sleep in the bed with us, that's fine though," said Serafall. "Okay, that's fine, I completely understand. I would feel the same way," replied Irina as she smiled. "Okay, well that's that. Just one thing, please keep him happy. Issei is the love of my life and I just want him happy," said Serafall. "I will, because I love him too," she replied. Issei couldn't help but smile as he could feel the love from the two girls. "Well, I should go. I have to go talk to Serafall-chan about the future relations between factions," said Serafall as she stood up and a magic circle appeared under her. Issei stood up and walked towards her and gave her a passionate kiss. "I'll see you later, I love you," said Issei. "I love you too," she replied as she smiled and teleported away. "So what's the plan for today?" asked Zenobia. "Well, after what happened yesterday, I think we should just relax today. That way you can get ready for your date with Kiba, but we'll start training again tomorrow, so be ready for that," replied Issei. "Right," all three girls replied. The rest of the day everyone just relaxed. Issei and Irina relaxed on the couch, had a movie marathon. Zenobia joined them for a bit, but at a certain time she got ready for her date. Asia joined them as well until she decided to just go read in her room and relax. They had just finished their fifth movie when they heard a knock on the door. Issei got up to open the door to see Kiba wearing a black button-up shirt with the sleeves rolled up, black pants, and brown leather dress shoes. Issei whistled. "You look sharp, Kiba," said Issei as he held out his fist. "Thanks, to be honest, I'm new to this whole thing, so I'm a little nervous," replied Kiba as he fist bumped Issei. "Don't be, just be yourself and you'll be fine. Zenobia, Kiba's here," Issei yelled out to Zenobia. Zenobia came out wearing a black summer dress and black heels. Kiba stood there looking at her beauty. "Maybe you should compliment her," said Issei as he nudged Kiba. "All right," he replied as he walked towards Zenobia. "You look beautiful, Zenobia," he said with a slight blush. Thank you," she replied, blushing. "Let's go ahead and go. I made reservations at a restaurant I think you'll like," he said as put his hand out. "Oh, okay, let's go," she replied as she took his hand. With that the two left. "Kawaii," said Irina. "Yeah. I think they'd be good for each other," said Issei. "I think so too. Zenobia deserves to be happy," she said. All of a sudden a red magic circle appeared in the middle of the room and out came Serafall and Grafia. "Oh? Hello, Serafall, what brings you here?" said Issei as Irina stood up and stood next to Issei as her place as queen. "I came here to invite you to a youth devil meeting. The other Devil Kings and myself have decided to host a raiding game tournament. You may participate if you chose to, but you don't have to. But the main reason I'm inviting you is because the Norse god Odin will be attending to discuss a treaty between the Norse mythology and the three biblical factions, and to discuss the plan to counter the Cows Brigade," explained Serafall. "Have they made a move yet?" asked Issei. "Not yet, but we have reason to believe there might be a traitor in our hands," he said. I see, and you want to use the tournament to draw this person out. All right, my peerage, and I will be there, said Issei. That great, said Serafall with a smile as he handed Issei a piece of paper with the Lucifer crest circle on it. This will take you to the meeting hall when the time comes. Oh, and Issei. Yeah? Word on Odin's end is there are some people that aren't too thrilled with the treaty, so be aware of that, said Serafall as he and Grafia teleported away. What do you think is going to happen? Asked Irina. I don't know, but I just know this meeting will more than likely be more interesting as I thought, but for now I have to go speak to Vali. I'll be back, said Issei as a magic circle appeared under him and he teleported away. Scene change with Vali. Issei teleported into the living room of Vali's apartment and looked towards the couch to find an interesting sight. He saw Vali in a heated makeout session with a topless girl with black hair and cat ears. Is that a neck issue? Thought Issei as he cleared his throat to get their attention. Kyyyyyya, screamed the girl as she covered herself with her kimono. What the hell, can't anyone knock around here? Said Vali as he glared at Issei. Sorry about that, but I have to speak with Vali. By the way, I'm Issei Hayadu, said Issei to the girl. Kuroka, she replied. Are you by chance related to Kaneko? Being part dragon, I can sense energies and yours feels the same as hers, said Issei. I am, that is my little sister, said Kuroka. Ah, now that I think about, she did mention you once, he replied. Whose peerage are you in? He asked. No one's. A while back my former master and his peerage were ambushed by stray devils, and it was only because of my senjutsu healing that I survived. My sister was taken in by the Gremmaries, who were friends with my former master, and my sister joined Rias's peerage, she explained. So I'm a free piece. And going to make Kuroka not astray in this one, since she's only really going to brought up every now and then. Ah, I see. I'm sorry that happened, said Issei. It gets better with time, plus I have Vali here to keep my mind off of things, she said as she winked at Vali. So anyways, back to the main point, why you come here? I know it wasn't just a cock block, said Vali. Issei laughed. You're right, Serafall came to before I came here and invited me to the youth devil meeting. He says that there might be a traitor among the youth who works for the Cow's Brigade, said Issei as Vali sat up. This had piqued his interest. Also, the All-Father Odin will be attended. The Norse plan to sign a peace treaty with the biblical factions. However, word is there are some who don't approve of what Odin is doing, he explained. You think someone is going to attack the meeting? Said Vali. There's a high probability. Nothing I can't really handle, but I wanted to know if you wanted to come with, asked Issei. Well, I'm still non-existent pretty much to the devil world still, so I'm going to have to pass. I'll reveal myself to the devil when the time is right, but for I think my team and I will do some scouting and look for more leads on the Cow's Brigade, he replied. You have a team? Who? Asked Issei. Well, obviously Kuroka, Biko, a descendant of Son Goku. There's Arthur Pendragon and his sister Lafayette Pendragon, both descendants from King Arthur, explained Vali. Right, that's some team. Will go ahead and do that. If you run into trouble, let me know, so my peerage and I can assist you, said Issei. Well, I should be going, have a girlfriend waiting for me at home and all, he said as a magic circle appeared under him. I'll let you continue what you were doing, and it was nice meeting you, Kuroka. She only nodded in response, and he was gone. Scene change back to Issei's apartment. Issei has teleported back to his living room, and Irina looked at Issei. How'd it go, love? She asked. It went about as expected. He's gonna sit this one out, but it was worth a try, he replied as he shrugged. So what's the plan if something happens? She asked. We neutralize the threat, simple as that, he replied. With that, they went back to relaxing for the rest of the day. Time skipped to the day of the youth meeting. Issei and his peerage were standing in the living room of his apartment discussing things. Issei had informed Rainier the next day of what happened and told her she needed to be present with the rest of them. Everyone was dressed formally. Issei was wearing a red button-up shirt with a black tie and his sleeves rolled up, black slacks, and black leather dress shoes. Irina was wearing a purple strapless dress with black heels and hair done in the usual pigtails. Zenobia was wearing a blue dress and black heels with a hairpin to hold back half of her bangs. Rainier was wearing a black dress with black heels and her was done in a loose ponytail. Asia was wearing a pink dress and black heels. Her hair was down as usual. "Alright, you guys ready?" he asked. "Hi, Issei-sama," all the girls replied. He deadpanned. "I really hate formalities, so only call me that in front of an important figure. Let's go," he said as he used the magic circle paper that Serafall gave him to teleport them all there. Youth Devil meeting in the underworld. They had teleported into a hallway inside of what seemed to be a mansion. They all looked around curiously when a body flew from the wall and flew past Issei's face into another wall. "Is it always like this in the underworld?" thought Issei. "Oh, Issei? What brings you here?" said a voice as Issei looked to the direction the voice was coming from to see Rias and a tall man with a muscular build. "Oh, hey Rias. Serafall invited us, so we came," replied Issei as he smiled at Rias. "Over the course of time I'm school Issei, and Rias has become really good friends." "Oh, okay then, by the way, this one next to me is my cousin Serorg Bale," said Rias as Serorg stuck his hand out. "Issei Hayadu," he said as he took Serorg's hand and shook it. "Ah, so you're the Red Dragon Emperor I've heard much about," said Serorg. "Yes, that would be me," he replied. "Well, we're on the way to the hall where they're having the actual meeting if you wish to join us," said Rias. "Right, let's go," Issei replied. They made it to the hall and the meeting started, and Serafall gave his speech about the rating game tournament and introduced the 4 youth devils, and one name stuck out to Issei, one Diodora Astaroth. "I don't like this guy at all, he gives me an evil vibe," thought Issei as he saw Diodora stand up and sit down after his introduction. Then Serafall talked about the Chaos Brigade to give the youth a warning for the future. With that, the youth meeting concluded. Issei looked around to see everyone get up and leave except Rias and her peerage and Sona and hers. He saw Zenobia and Kiba holding hand. Their date had went really well, and Kiba had asked if she wanted to be his girlfriend at the end of it, and she accepted. Now the real meeting can start, thought Issei as he walked towards Serafall, and an elderly man with a long white beard and a girl with his guardian armor with silver hair behind him. "Odin-sama, it's good to see you again," said Issei as he bowed. Everyone was a bit shocked to hear they had met before. "Aw, Issei, my boy, I haven't seen you since you were training with Thor, haha," Odin replied as he patted him in the back. At this point everyone had completely went wide-eyed. "Rasweiss, it's good to see you again as well," said Issei. "Issei-sama, it's nice to see you," she said as she bowed. "Father, you are a fool to discuss a peace treaty with beings below us," said a voice as a green Norse magic circle appeared and out came a man with long green hair. "Well, will if it isn't Loki-chan," said Issei. Chapter 16 Battle in the Underworld. From up in the air by the ceiling in the hall, Loki was glaring at Issei. "I told you not, you call me that. You may be strong for a fallen, but you are still no match for a god," said Loki with venom in his voice. "Alright, just relax. Why are you trying to stop the peace, Loki?" asked Issei. "My father is a fool for even considering this treaty with you all, seeing as you're all beneath us in terms of strength. It'll just make us look weak," he said. "Loki, if you return to Asgard this minute, I will forgive you for what you're doing," said Odin. "What you need to do is see my way of things," spat Loki as he started up a Norse magic circle aimed at Odin until he was forcefully teleported out by another green magic circle. "That should buy us some time, but considering he is a god, it'll give us about 2 hours before he breaks out of the seal I have him in," said a voice behind Issei. Issei turned around to see a man with green hair. "Nice save, Ajuka-chan," said Serafall. "So this is the current Beelzebub," thought Issei. "It's nice to officially meet you, although I had hoped it would have been under better circumstances. My name is Ajuka Beelzebub," Ajuka said as he reached his hand out towards Issei. "Issei Hayadu," he replied as he took his hand and shook it. "Serafall talks a lot about you," he said. "She does?" asked Issei as he turned to Serafall, who had a blush on her face. "Yes, but back to main topic. Loki, we have only about 2 hours till he breaks free. I teleported to a seal I have on the outskirts of the underworld, and once he breaks free I don't doubt he's going to be angry," said Ajuka. "I have an idea," said Odin as everyone turned to face him. I apologize for this, but I would like my son alive. He may have broken laws by doing this, but he is still my son. I can contact Thor to send Mjolnir to the area of the battle. One hit from that will imprison Loki in our dungeon in Asgard," he explained. "The problem is no one here is powerful enough to wield it," said Serzex. "I am," said Issei as he raised his hand. Everyone looked at him shocked. "Oh, come on, you guys just heard I've trained with the hammer owner himself. Why so surprised? He let me test it. Only thing is, even in balance breaker, it's a struggle to move it. I doubt Loki will just stand there and let me hit him with it, but in angelic overdrive I'll be able to do it no problem. But I would need a team with me to set up a powerful barrier since the angelic overdrive leaks out too much energy," explained Issei. That sounds like a plan, but I'd only be able to transport about 8 people there, and would need to recharge, so reinforcements will not be there," said Ajuka. "That's alright, we'll be fine. It'll be my peerage and I," said Issei. "I will accompany you as well," said Rosweiss. "Are you sure?" asked Issei. "Yes, I can help you fight, and I am one of the best Asgard has to offer when it comes to barriers," she replied. I can't just wait here while the love of my life could be getting hurt out there," said serafall with a determined look on her face. "Very well then, I'll transport to a couple of yards away from the seal," said Ajuka. "Odin-sama, how will it take for Mjolnir to appear in the underworld?" asked Issei. "I will contact Thor right now and tell him it's an emergency, but it will still take about 30 minutes for it to get here," he replied. "When facing a god, 30 is a long time, but I'll manage. But you don't mind if I rough him up a bit, do you?" asked Issei. "As long as he lives, it's okay by me," he replied. Issei only nodded as he turned to his peerage. "So that's the plan, girls. You guys will set up a barrier while I deal with Loki. Everyone understand?" said Issei. "Hi, Issei-sama," said the girls. "Well then, let's make preparations for this battle so we can end this as quickly and peacefully as possible," said Odin. Everyone nodded as Odin and Rosweiss walked away to get a hold of Thor. Issei turned to serafall. "Are you sure you want to go, babe? It's going to be dangerous. I don't want you getting hurt," he said. "I'll be fine. Remember, I didn't get the title of Leviathan just for fun, love," she replied as she placed a hand on his cheek. "Right, I'll be counting on you then," he smiled. Short time skip. Odin and Rosweiss came back into the hall. "I got a hold of Thor. He will be send Mjolnir, but remember, Issei, it'll be about 30 minutes before it gets here, so until then don't die," said Odin. "I can't die yet, Odin-sama. I still have to keep the peace and marry these 2 girls behind me someday," he replied as Irina and serafall blushed heavily. "Haha, Issei, my boy, you sure do have an interesting taste in women," Odin said as he stroked his beard. Issei just chuckled at his comment as Ajuka walked up to them. "Are we ready to go?" he asked. "Yeah, let's go," replied Issei as Ajuka made a magic circle underneath him and his peerage, serafall, and Rosweiss. "Remember, after this jump it will take a while for me to recover to bring you guys back, so don't die," said Ajuka. They all just nodded, and with that Ajuka teleported them to Loki's location. Scene change: outskirts of the underworld. They arrived in an area that was a vast wasteland, nowhere near any civilization. Issei looked over the cliff they teleported on to see a giant pyramid made of magic. "Pretty safe to assume that's where Loki is," thought Issei. "Would have never guessed," said Drake. "You know, for someone who's asleep majority of the time, your sarcasm never ceases to amaze me," he replied. "Have to make it fun in here somehow." "I guess you're right, but time to get serious. Loki's about to break free," thought Issei as he felt a surge of energy from the seal. This shattered and out came Loki. "The nerve of that devil to imprison a god," said Loki as he looked around and saw Issei and the girls. "Really? This is all they sent to stop me? I feel rather insulted," he said. "Lord Loki, stop this at once. If you return home, the All-Father will forgive you. If you have a complaint, you need to take it through the proper channels," said Rosweiss. "And who's going to stop me?" "You. As talented as you may be, you are still no match for a god," he replied. "TCH, you were always such a spoiled brat," said Rosweiss. "But let's get this over with. I have to go deal with my father," said Loki as he snapped his fingers and 2 blue magic circles appeared on the ground, and out came a giant wolf creature, and what appeared to be a sea serpent. Fenrir and Midgard Sormer? Why have you brought them here? Yelled out Rosweiss. Guys, did we count on fight mythical creatures? Asked Irina. No, we didn't, so new plan. Irina and Zenobia, you girls take Midgard Sormer. Serafall and Rosweiss, you girl take Fenrir, but be careful, one bite, and it's game over. Ray and Asia, you two get started on setting up the barrier, said Issei with a stern look on his face. The girls only nodded as they got into position, and Issei flew up to Loki. Well, little Issei is going to take me on, said Loki. Yup. For old time's sake. Balance break, said Issei. Welsh dragon balance breaker. With Irina and Zenobia. The two landed in front of the sea serpent and looked up. So this is the legendary Midgard Sormer of the Norse mythology, said Zenobia. Yeah. But let's make this quick so we can help Reincarnation and Asia, said Irina as she extended her wings. Right, replied Zenobia as she did the same and summoned Durandal as she flew towards the beast at great speeds, but Midgard Sormer only used its tail to knock her back and she landed next to Irina. So direct attacks aren't going to have much effect, said Zenobia. I have a spell that Serafall showed me since I have affinity with ice magic as well. I've been want to try it, said Irina. If it can help us defeat this beast faster, by all means, she replied. Okay, said Irina as she lifted her hand up and a purple magic circle appeared on her hand aimed at the beast. Frozen hell, she said as spikes appeared under the beast to impale it all over its body, and just like that the beast was dead. Well, that's that, let's go help Asia and Reincarnation, said Irina as she looked at Zenobia. Let's go, she replied as the two flew off. With Serafall and Rosweiss. The two landed in front Fenrir. We have to be careful, Lady Leviathan. Fenrir's fangs are able to kill gods themselves, said Rosweiss. Okay, no problem, then I'll make this quick, she replied as she lifted up her hand and a magic circle appeared aimed at Fenrir when all of a sudden a purple magic circle appeared underneath Fenrir and chains surrounded him, pinning him down. I apologize if we startled you, said a voice as a man with blonde hair and glasses appeared and a woman with dark hair and cat ears appeared. I am Arthur Pendragon and this is Kuroka. We are a part of Team Vala. If you need any answers as to who we are, please ask Mr. Hayato, but Vala wants Fenrir for something, so we shall be taking him with us. So with that, have a good day, said Arthur as he teleported all three away. See, I told you I'd make this quick, said Serafall as she stood there triumphantly. You didn't even do anything, replied Rosweiss as she deadpanned. Serafall cleared her throat as she looked at Rosweiss. Whatever, let's go help the barrier. It shouldn't be long before Mjolnir comes, said Serafall as they flew away. With Issei and Loki. Issei had just entered Balance Breaker. Oh? Balance Breaker, you're taking me somewhat seriously. I don't know whether to be honored or insulted that it isn't your Juggernaut drive, said Loki. If it gets bad enough, we'll see, said Issei. Let's begin. Issei as he flew towards Loki at great speeds and punched Loki, sending flying back slightly. Loki recovered and sent a magical blast towards Issei as he was flying towards him and hit his shoulder and blasted some armor off. Shit, that hurt. Drake, can you repair? Thought Issei. Already on it, partner, Drake replied. Issei looked at his shoulder to see his armor regenerating. You should be more careful, Issei-kun, or you might not survive, said Loki mockingly. Issei just glared at him and flew towards him again and kicked him in the stomach and made an orb of energy on his fist. Dragon shot, Issei said as he sent a blast of energy to Loki point blank. Once the smoke cleared, Issei could see Loki panting heavily. That actually hurt, he said as he glared at Issei. Then Issei noticed the barrier go up. Looks like they handled those two alright. Now we wait for Mjolnir, thought Issei. Let's get back to it, shall we? Said Loki as he summoned multiple magic circles around and shot multiple magical blasts towards Issei. Shit, he thought as he was dodging the blast. At this point I might have to go into angelic overdrive early just to survive. As he thought, that 3 blasts hit his back. Issei screamed in pain as he flew to the ground and created a crater. Partner, I'm regenerating your armor, but you should really go into angelic overdrive. Your balance breaker isn't enough for a god, said Drake. You're right, Loki isn't behind Thor by much in strength at this point. It's like trying to fight Shiva in my normal state, thought Issei. Alright, let's do it, he said as he stood and faced Loki. I who is about to awaken am the heavenly dragon who has returned to principles of domination to God. I hold the principles of the infinite up high, I pray to the dream. I am the heavenly dragon of domination and I shall show you the way to crimson heaven. Heavenly dragon angelic overdrive. Power radiated off Issei like there was no tomorrow. What the hell is this power? Said Loki. It's incredible. Once the dust around the area cleared, Loki saw Issei. This isn't the Juggernaut Drive, what is it? Asked Loki. This is a stage beyond the Juggernaut Drive. This is my proof that I am the ultimate dragon of domination. Now prepare yourself, Loki, replied Issei as he flew up to Loki at speeds that Loki couldn't keep up with and punched him in the stomach, forcing Loki to cough up blood and followed by a kick to the face to send him flying back to hit against the barrier. Before he could react, Issei was on him again. Issei grabbed Loki by the hair and brought his face down to his knee, causing his nose to snap on impact. HHH! Loki screamed out in pain, and as Loki looked up to the sky, he saw a Norse magic circle appear and down came a hammer he knew all too well. Mjolnir? He yelled out. It's finally here, thought Issei as he reached up and grabbed the hammer. Loki, for the sins against Asgard and the peace between the factions, Odin the All-Father has ordered you to be imprisoned in Asgard. I am here to send you there, said Issei as flew towards Loki, swung the hammer and hit Loki on impact. A Norse magic circle in multiple layers trapped Loki. Curse you, Issei Haido, I'm only a fraction of what's to come, Loki cursed as he was teleported to Asgard along with Mjolnir. It's over, he thought as he reverted back to his normal state, and hissed in pain. His back and shoulder were burnt. The barrier dropped as Issei dropped to one knee, holding his shoulder. The first one to reach him was serafall. Issei, my love, you're hurt, don't move. Asia-chan, please heal him, she yelled. Right. Issei and I, please stay still while I heal you, said Asia as her hands started to glow green on Issei's back. Thank you, Asia. Loki got some good hits on me, said Issei. Issei, darling, we told you to be careful, said Irina as she placed a hand on his cheek. Yeah, I know, but it's a god, I was bound to get hurt, he replied as he laughed sheepishly. We're just glad you're okay, Issei-sama, said Rosweiss. Yeah, how you guys beat Fenrir and Midgard-Sormr? Asked Issei. Well, Froznovia tried to get it with Durannal, but that showed no success, so I used a spell that serafall showed me to kill, said Irina. You used frozen hell? Asked serafall. I did, thank you for showing it to me, she replied. That's good, said Issei as he patted Irina's head. What about you two? I know Fenrir is the stronger one of the two, so it must have been tough, he said. Well, to be honest, we didn't get to do anything. 2 people showed up and took him away, Rosweiss explained. What? Who? Yelled out Issei. Their names were Arthur Pendragon and Kuroka. They said you knew them, she continued. I do, for identity's sake. You shouldn't worry about them. I work alongside their team leader. Surprising enough, I've only told serafall and Irina about them, since Irina's my queen and serafall are my girlfriend along with Irina, explained Issei. Rosweiss accepted the answer and only nodded her head. But I will have some words with Vali tomorrow to see why he wants Fenrir to begin with, said Issei. So what now? Asked Issei. We wait for Ajuka-chan to teleport us back and report on this mission, explained serafall. Issei only nodded. Time skipped back at the hall. They had been teleported back and explained everything that happened to Serzex, Ajuka, and Odin. Issei, my boy, I would like to thank you for not killing my son, said Odin. No problem, Odin-sama, you wanted your son alive and I kept him alive, replied Issei. No, the problem, what he meant that this was only a fraction of what's to come, said Ajuka. I don't know, but I don't like the sound of it one bit, said Serzex. Well, we have signed our treaty, so I shall return to Asgard to interrogate Loki to see what he knows, said Odin. Yes, please let us know how that turns out, said Serzex. Come, Rosweiss, let us go. Hi, Odin-sama, she replied as she made a magic circle and teleported them both back to Asgard. Well, if you all would excuse the fight with Loki, you really tired me out, so I would like to go home and rest, said Issei. Right, don't let us keep you, we'll figure out things on our end for now, said Serzex. Alright girls, let's go home. Serafall, are you coming or do you have to stay? Asked Issei. Unfortunately, I have to stay for Devil King business, love, but I'll see you in a few days, she said as she walked up to him. Right, I'll see you later then, I love you, he said. And I love you too, she replied, and with that they shared a kiss goodbye. Alright, now let's go, I'm tired. Irina, can you teleport us home? Asked Issei. Hi Issei-sama, she replied as she made a magic circle underneath them all and teleported them home to unwind from the day. Chapter 17. The day after. Issei awoke in his bed to the sun shining in his face. He felt pressure on his left. He turned to see Irina asleep in her black and purple nightgown that were exposing her breast due to the angle she was sleeping at. Well, that's a lovely sight to wake up to, he thought as he reached for his phone and saw it was Sunday, and it was a little before 8 a.m. Asia should already be awake and making breakfast. That girl wakes up too early. Same thing with Zenobia, thought Issei. You have to think about it, both are from the church and are used to waking up early, said Drake. Yeah, but so is Irina and she's still asleep, Issei replied. Well, I got nothing, your girlfriends sleep like rocks. I wish I could argue with you, but you're right, thought Issei as he tried to wake up the sleeping girl. Damn, my back is killing me, he thought. I'm not surprised you were damaged by a god. Even with Asia's healing, it still left the scars. I guess that's just something I'll have to live with, he thought as he was finally able to slip his arm from underneath and sat up on the bed. So what's the plan for today, Drake? Asked as he stood up and walked to his closet. You should really go and see Vali about taking Fenrir. You're right, I'm really see you. Oh my god, Issei, you're back. Issei was cut off from his thoughts as he heard Irina. Yeah, I know, even with Asia's healing it left the scar, he replied as he turned around. Irina covered her mouth and gasped when she saw his left shoulder slightly less scarred than his back. She ran up to hug him. Baka, we told you not to get hurt, said Irina. I know, but like I said, in the underworld I was fighting a god. I was bound to get hurt. It would have been worse had I not decided to go into the angelic overdrive early, replied Issei as he patted her head. I'm just scared with everything going on that one day you won't return, she said as she almost started crying. It's going to take a lot to kill me because I'm not going down without a fight, he said as he lifted her head with his hand. Especially when I have you and serafall to come back to, he said as he pressed his lips onto hers. Irina returned the kiss and after a few seconds they backed away. I love you, Issei, she said. I love you too, Irina, he replied as he kissed her forehead. Now I'm going to shower and head to the kitchen for breakfast, he said as turned away to get some clothes ready post-shower. I'm going to go change and see if the other girls need help with breakfast, said Irina as she left the room. Issei got his clothes ready and proceeded to the shower. Small time skip. Issei was done with shower and had gotten dressed. He wore a red V-neck t-shirt and black jeans. He walked into the dining room area to see everyone eating and a plate for him at the table. Good morning, Zenobia and Asia, said Issei. Good morning. Good morning, Issei and I-san, they replied. Any plans for today? Asked Issei. Yeah, Rainer is going to train with me to help with my light spears, said Asia. That's awesome, Asia, hopefully it goes well, he replied. What about you, Zenobia? Well, Kiba and I are going to see a movie later today. After that I don't know, explained Zenobia. You two look good together, he said as he smiled. Thank you, she smiled back. The rest of the breakfast was eaten in a comfortable silence. They had put and washed everything away and Issei was standing in the middle of the living and created a magic circle. I'll be back later, I have a couple of stops to make. I'll be back when I can. Asia, if you want, come along with me. Let's go. First stop is my uncle's place. From there you can meet up with Ray, he said as he turned to Asia. Asia only nodded as she joined him in the circle. Oh, and Zenobia, don't do anything I wouldn't do, Issei said with a teasing voice as they teleported away, only leaving Irina and a blushing Zenobia. Scene change. Azazel's. Issei and Asia had teleported into the apartment to find Rainier washing the dishes from breakfast as she looked up. Oh, Issei and Asia, hey, what's up? Asked Rainier. Hey Ray, I came to see Uncle to talk some things with him. And Asia saw you were going to train with her, so I brought her along, said Issei. Alright, he's in the shower, but in the meantime I'll make you guys some tea for your talk. And yes, that's perfect, now we can just go from here, she replied as she started making tea. Thank you, Rainier, said the voice of Azazel coming out from the hallway. Hey Uncle, I'm assuming you heard why I'm here, said Issei as he turned to face Azazel. Issei, my boy, why yes I did, let's wait for the tea and we can talk in the living room, said Azazel. Issei only nodded. They got the tea and sat on the couches across from each other. Rainier and Asia had taken off already. Alright Issei, you have questions for me and I have some for you, so let's start, said Azazel. Issei straightened up and said, Have you heard anything as of late? He asked. Well, besides from what you already know. No, the Cows Brigade hasn't really made any movement lately, however there is some rumors going around that the true Longinus is with them, said Azazel with a serious expression. See that what I'm not getting, what's the end game for this? Do they just want to watch the world burn? Or what? Said Issei. We don't really know, however what we do know is with the dangerous people who are actually in this group, they need to be stopped before anything out of hand happens, explained Azazel. Yeah, you're right, we have a nice thing going with the peace, don't need anyone messing it up, but the true Longinus? That's a serious issue, said Issei. Yeah, but it's only rumors, can neither confirm nor deny, said Azazel as he shrugged. Okay, so obviously after what you heard yesterday between me and Odin-sama you have some questions, so shoot, said Issei. I feel like you've trained with more than one deity, care to elaborate? He asked as he took a drink of his tea. Yes, sure, I've trained with Thor as you've heard, said Issei as Azazel nodded at this. I've trained with Great Red and Ophis and Shiva of the Hindu faction, and that's about it, God-wise, he said. Azazel spit out his tea in shock. He was shocked that his nephew has trained with the upper half on the list of top 10 strongest beings in existence, and he was talking about it like no big deal. You trained with Shiva? He yelled out. The Destroyer himself? He questioned. Yeah, it's not a big of deal. When I met him I had no clue who he was until Ophis explained it. He's actually a pretty cool person. His training put me through hell though, said Issei as he shrugged. Azazel just stared at him flabbergasted. You, okay? Asked Issei. No, I'm not. I'm trying to figure out how you can just sit there and act like it's no big deal. Not everyone gets to be trained by multiple gods, Issei, he replied. Issei just rubbed the back of his head sheepishly as he let out a nervous laugh. Anyways, apart from all the business talk, how are you? Asked Azazel. Honestly, I'm doing good, school going alright, my relationships are solid, my siblings still randomly visit despite everything happening, my life is going pretty good. How's everything on your end? Asked Issei. It's going alright, the Grigori is kind of a mess at the moment due to everything going on, but Penemu is helping with that part thankfully, said Azazel. Which reminds me, shouldn't you be over there? Asked Issei. Yeah, I should. Shemhazai is probably going crazy looking for me as we speak, he replied. So why aren't you over there? Asked Issei. Issei, my boy, I'm going to be blunt with you. I hate paperwork, and right now everything going on there is a hell of a lot of paperwork to do that Shemhazai has to do if I'm not there, explained. So what you're saying is that you're lazy, said Issei as he deadpanned. Call me what you will, paperwork is the bane of my existence, replied Azazel as he shrugged. Anyways, I should get going, I still have to see Vali about Fenrir, Issei said as he got up from the couch. Right, I'll let you be then, he replied. Issei started to make a magic circle underneath where he stood to teleport to Vali's location. Oh, and uncle? Yeah? Go do your own job, said Issei. Yeah, I get it, I'll go do some paperwork, replied Azazel as he got up, made his own magic circle. Issei only nodded as he teleported away. Azazel made sure he was gone before he released his magic circle. Or I could play some Smash Brothers. Yeah, I'd rather do that, he said as he walked to his gaming room with a smirk. Scene change with Val. Issei teleported into the living room of Vala's apartment to find him on the couch with Kuroka on the couch watching a movie and saw an irritated look on his face. "Seriously, dude, there's a door right there," Vala said as he pointed at the door. "Yeah, but this way is more fun, you never know what you'll teleport into," said Issei with a smirk. Vala only glared at him. "Anyways, what do you want?" asked Vala. "Well, I have a free day today, so I came to ask some questions, and for taking up your time, how about a spar?" asked Issei. Vala perked up at this. "Oh? Now you're talking, ask your questions so we can get to the real fun," said Vala. "Alright, I'll get straight to the point. What are your plans for Fenrir?" Issei asked with a serious expression. "Well, to be honest, Fenrir isn't for me," he replied. "Nanny?" Issei replied as he raised an eyebrow. "It's true, Arthur's little sister Lefay is a watch, and a powerful one at that, and she wanted Fenrir as a pet," he replied. Issei only sweat dropped at this. The great Fenrir, whose fangs can kill gods, has been reduced to a pet? Thought Issei. "Any other questions?" asked Vala. "Yeah, I hear from Azazel that there's rumors going around about the true Longinus being in the Cows Brigade. Have you heard anything about that?" asked Issei. Vala widened his before he got a serious expression. "No. But the true Longinus is a problem that I'll have to look into. I'll do some digging and get back to you on that one," said Vala. Issei only nodded with this response. "Now about that spar," said Vala as he stood up. "Right, let get my queen over here," he said as a magic circle appeared by his ear. "Hey honey, what's up?" Irina's voice can be heard through the circle. "Hey love, I need to come to my current location, please," said Issei. "Sure, I'll be right there," replied Irina as the small magic circle disconnected and a big one appeared in the middle of the room, and out came Irina. "Vala, this is Irina, my other girlfriend and my queen. Irina, this is Kuroka Kaniko's older sister, and Vala, the current White Dragon Emperor," said Issei. "Ah, so your Vala?" Issei here keeps saying he needs to go speak to Vala. "It's nice to finally put a face to the name," said Irina. "Likewise," replied Vala. "So what is it that you need?" asked Irina as she turned towards Issei. "Well, Vala and I are going to have a spar, and I wanted you to help Kuroka with a barrier so we don't destroy the surrounding area," explained Issei. "Issei, are you out of your mind? You just fought Loki yesterday, which left you with scars, and now this?" yelled Irina. Vala only raised his eyebrow. "It's nothing too serious," said Issei as he looked at Vala. "And it's fine, we'll only do balance breakers, nothing too crazy, right Vala?" asked Issei. "As long as I get to fight, I don't care," said Vala as he shrugged. Irina just sighed. "Alright, let's go then," said Irina. "Okay, can you teleport us to somewhere in the woods with a clearing?" asked Issei. "Sure," said Irina as she made a magic circle big enough for the four of them, as then they left the apartment. Scene change in the woods. They had teleported to an area as Issei described and looked around. "Alright, this is perfect. If you two could set up the barrier, please?" asked Issei. Both girls nodded as they went to a separate part of the clearing across from each other and set up a big barrier. "Alright Vala, it's only a spar, so balance breakers only, understood?" asked Issei. "Sure, whenever you're ready," replied Vala. Vanishing Dragon Balance Breaker. Welsh Dragon Balance Breaker. Both sacred gears rang out and both flew at each other, only to throw a punch at the same time to hit each other at the same time, and Vala flew up. Divide. Rang out Albion as Vala started charging magic attacks aimed at Issei. Boost. Rang out Drag as Issei flew up to Vala at blinding speeds to deliver a devastating blow to his stomach, making Vala cough out blood and sending him flying back until he stopped himself. Vala looked down to see part of his armor was broken off where he had been hit. Incredible, that amount of damage from one hit. This is getting exciting, thought Vala as Albion started to repair his armor. "Are you ready to continue?" asked Issei. "Yeah. Let's do it," Vala replied as they flew at each other again, exchanging blows while flying around, only leaving the streaks of light coming their armor. Divide, 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 divide. Boost, 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 boost. was all Irina and Kuroka were able to hear as they witnessed the two dragon emperors go at it. As they slowed down, they were able to see Vali land a punch on Issei's face. "Well, that was a good hit," said Issei as the armor on his face was regenerating. "I've got more where that came from," replied Vali as he put his fists up. "I would hope so, let's continue," replied Issei as he flew to Vali to land punch to the face, sending his head back in pain, following with a knee to the stomach, shattering the armor around his, and continued by grabbing the back of his helmet and bringing it down to his knee, completely shattering away Vali's balance breaker. Issei then grabbed his leg and threw him into the ground, creating a small crater, making Vali cough up blood. "Incredible. So much power, and he's not fully serious," said Vali. "This is why I told you if you were to fight him seriously you would not survive," said Albion. "I can still fight," said Vali as he stood up. "Vali, are you sure you want to continue?" asked Issei. "Yeah, I'm sure." Vanishing Dragon Balance Breaker. With that, they flew at each other again to punch each other's fists at the same time, completely shattering the armor on both their arms and creating a crater underneath them with the pure power surging from them. Issei grabbed Vali's wrist and pulled him into a punch to face, completely shattering Vali's balance breaker, sending him on his back. "All right, I think I'm done," said Vali as he was breathing heavily. "All right, fair enough," replied Issei as he deactivated his balance breaker. "All right, girls, that's enough, we're done," yelled out Issei. With that, the barrier came down. "Well, that was entertaining, Naya," said Kuroka. "Are you okay, honey?" asked Irina. "Yeah, I'm okay," Issei replied. "Vali, you alright?" asked Issei. "About as good as can be," he replied as he sat up. "Just shows I need to train, but that was fun," he said with a smirk on his face. "Yeah, it was. Let's do it again sometime," said Issei as he reached his fist out. "Yeah, let's," replied Vali as he first bumped Issei. "Well, I think about time I take my leave. We have school tomorrow and all," said Issei. "Alright, I'm gonna rest up too. Tomorrow I'm going to start looking into the whole true Longinus rumor," said Vali. "Right, please let know of the results," said Issei as he turned towards Irina. "You ready to go?" he asked. "Whenever you are," replied Irina. Issei only nodded as he made a magic circle for them both. "Alright, Vali, we'll be in touch," said Issei. Vali only nodded, and with that they were gone. Scene change back at Issei apartment. Issei and Irina teleported back to their apartment. "Home sweet home," said Issei. "Are you hungry? I can make you some lunch. Zinovia got picked up by Kiba a little after you left," said Irina. "Yeah, please, going into balance breaker makes me hungry," he replied as he rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. "Sure, darling, go relax and I'll make you a sandwich or something," she said. "Okay," he said as he went to go relax. The rest of the day he just spent relaxing with Irina and watching movies until they went to bed. The next morning, Issei woke up due to his alarm, and yet again Irina was sleeping like a rock. "Irina, wake up, we have to go to school," said Issei as he shook her. "I. Seriously, come on." Again he shook her. "Alright, I'm sorry for this, but," he said. He charged up his lighting magic and shocked her awake. "What the hell, Issei?" she yelled. "I tried to wake you, but you sleep like a bucking rock," he said as he deadpanned. "I do not," she argued back. Issei didn't even reply, he just kept looking at her with the same look. "Well, maybe I do," she said. Still no reply. "Okay, I do, alright?" she yelled. "At least you admit it, babe," he said. Yeah, whatever, let's just get ready," she said. They got ready and went into the dining room for breakfast. Asia and Zinovia were already there. "Good morning, Asia, how was your training yesterday?" he asked. "It went well, Issei, and Irina really taught me a lot," she replied with a smile. "That's great, you're really coming along, Asia," he said as he smiled. "How was your date, Zinovia?" he asked. "It went well," she replied with a small blush on her face. "Oh? What did you guys do?" he asked. "Well, we went to the movies, then back to his apartment," she replied as her blush got even redder. Issei just raised an eyebrow until it clicked, and be shot up from his chair. "And oh, wait, you two had Hex?" he yelled out. Zenobia didn't reply, but her blush had said it all. Well, I didn't think he had it in him, or I case in this case in you," he said, and her blush even darker. At this point her face rivaled Rias's hair. At this point Irina smacked the back of his head. "Oh, Irina, what the hell?" he asked. "Leave her alone. What her and Kiba do is none of your business," she said while Asia nodded in agreement. All right, I get it, let's go to school already," he said as they got up, put the dishes away, and left. The day at school was relatively boring. He decided to go to Orc room today after school. After school at the Orc, Issei walked the doors of the Orc room and knocked. "Come in," he heard Rias's voice say through the door, and he walked to find everyone from the Orc present. "Oh hey Issei, what's up?" asked Rias. "Just came by to see how you guys are doing," he replied. "Well, my brother announced who we're going against first in the raiding game tournament," she said. "Oh really? Who you going up against?" "Diodora Astaroth in a week's time," she replied. "Oh great, that prick," Issei thought. The open house special. Issei awoke the next morning to a sleeping serafall still next to him and looked at the time. "It's 7 in the morning, I need to get ready for school," he thought. "Good luck trying to wake her up," said Drake. "Hopefully she doesn't give me as much trouble as she usually does," Issei replied as he tried slowly shaking her awake, only for her to turn the other way. Great, as difficult as always, thought Issei as he deadpanned. "Hey babe, wake up, I have to get ready, and don't you have a meeting or something?" said Issei as he tried shaking her again. "Just 5 more minutes," she replied lazily. "I wonder what I can say to wake her up. I got it," he thought as he snapped his fingers. "Oh serafall, if you don't wake up I'll hide your magic girl staff," he whispered into her ear. With that she shot up off the bed. "You wouldn't," she yelled back, only to be met with a laughing Issei. "Ah come on love, you can't joke around like that," she scolded him with a pout on her face. Issei stood up from the bed and patted her head. "I was just kidding, I would never do that to you babe, but you've really gotta wake up the first time," he said. "Can you blame me for being comfortable?" she asked. "I guess not, but you should get ready since today's the open house," said Issei as he smiled at her. "That's right, I get to see you and so tan," she said as she formed a magic circle beneath her. "I'll see you later love, I have to get ready," she said excitedly as she teleported away. "Could at least waited for me to say bye," he said as he laughed sheepishly as he scratched his cheek. The rest of the morning was the usual. He got ready and ate breakfast with Asia before school. They made it to class and waited for the open house to begin. "Not like I should be expecting anyone to come," thought Issei grimly as he stared out the window. Time skipped to open house. The open house had just started and the teacher had passed around some clay. After the teacher had passed it around, the families came in when Issei noticed a familiar head of black and gold hair and long black hair. "What the hell? Azazel and Rainier?" thought Issei. "Excuse me sir and miss, I haven't seen you around here before. Who are you? And who are you here for?" asked the teacher. "Hello, my name is Yuma Hayate and this is my father Minato A/N LOL, and we're here for Issei and Asia, we're their cousin and uncle," explained Rainier. "All right, very well then," replied the teacher. "Class, today we're going to show your artistic side to your families. You can make whatever you want with the clay in front of you. You all have 20 minutes, begin," the teacher said. At this time Azazel busted out a camera and started recording Asia. "The hell? He's only recording Asia?" thought Issei. "Let's face it partner, everyone likes her better," replied Drake. Issei only deadpanned at this and went to focus on his clay. "I wonder what should I make? I can make anything. I wonder what serafall is doing? I hope she can make. I want to see H. Whoa dude, nice sculpture, I'll give 100 for it." His thoughts were interrupted as voices started to ring out. "No, I'll give you 200 for it." Another male voice rang out. 300, a female voice rang out as Issei looked down and started blushing as he saw he had built a nude serafall with all her curves on point. Well, Mr. Hayate, I didn't realize you were such an artist." "Just kill me now, Drake," thought Issei. As all he heard was Drake laughing in his head. Time skip after class. Issei, Asia, Rainier and Azazel were walking on the outside talking. Issei and I said you did really good job on this sculpture, said Asia. Yeah, Issei, it's really good, complimented Rainier. Almost makes you question how he knows her curves so well? Questioned Azazel as he stroked his goatee. Issei just blushed and turned his head when he heard a crowd running towards the gym area. Come on man, there's magic girl in the gym, said one guy. Aw yeah, photo shoot time, said another one. Oh no, she wouldn't, thought Issei. She would, replied Drake. Please no, he thought as he started running towards the gym. Issei, where you going? Yelled Azazel as Issei left them there. Issei arrived at the gym and buzzed through the door and saw the flashes of light from the cameras as they took pictures of the girl he knew all too well in her cosplay. Oh no. She did it, thought Issei as he stared in disbelief. But ha ha ha, this is what you have chosen as a mate, a devil king who wants to be a real magical girl, ha 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 ha, laughed out Drake. Yeah, I did. Hey Drake, how's your love life going? Oh wait, that's right, you don't have one, thought Issei as he smirked. That's a low blow and you know it, Drake replied. You started it, he replied as he broken out of his thoughts, as he saw a blonde-haired boy break up the crowd and turn to serafall. Miss, do you know anyone here? Also, you can't be dressed like it's inappropriate, said the boy. I can sense he's a devil, he must be relatively new if he doesn't know who she is, thought Issei. Aw, but I just want to be a real magic girl, replied serafall as she pouted. Ha 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 ha, laughed out Drake in Issei's mind. Shut the hell up, Drake, Issei thought as he saw Sona walk in. Saji, what's going on in here? Oh no, said Sona. I finally found Sotan, said serafall happily. What are you doing here? Sona asked. I can't believe you wouldn't tell your dear older sister about the open house. I almost attacked heaven out of frustration, she replied. She wouldn't, thought Issei. She would. Ah, come on, Sotan, this is part where you say you miss me and I say I miss you too, and we get hugging and kissing and get some girl-on-girl action, and wouldn't that be hot? Asked serafall. Sister threesome in the future? Thought Issei as he stroked his chin. When he saw Sona start to shake, he decided to step in. Come on now, serafall, leave Sona alone, said Issei as he walked up to the group. Issei, my love, yelled our serafall as she ran into Issei's arms and brought his head down for a kiss. Issei-kun, please control my sister, said Sona. Ah, come on, Sotan, don't be like that, it's all in good fun, he replied. Sona started to shake in anger when Saji stepped in. I know you're Issei Hyatt is same grade, but different classes, don't disrespect Kaicho like that or I'm gonna have to teach you some respect, said Saji. Issei only raised an eyebrow at Sona, and she calmed down. Saji, calm down. Issei-kun, this is Saji, my pawn. Saji, this is Issei. As you already know, he is my sister's boyfriend and a fallen angel, explained. What the hell is a fallen doing here? Yelled our Saji. Saji, calm down. Issei here is stronger than everyone here combined, including my sister, which by the way is serafall Leviathan, one of our 4 devil kings, she explained. Saji just stood there with a shocked expression on his face as he didn't know what to say when Azazel, Rainier and Asia walked in with Rias, Serzex, and Grafia. Issei, my boy, there you are, look who we ran into, said Azazel. Hello again, Serzex and Grafia, said Issei as he bowed slightly. Hello to you too, Rias, he said as he smiled at her. Hello, Issei, I saw Azazel walking around looking for you and I decided to join him as I have something I need to speak to you about, said Serzex. Okay, sure, well, open house if pretty much over, so let's go to my place. Will you be coming along as well, uncle? Asked Issei. Now Rainier and I have some paperwork for the Grigori to, so we'll catch up later, he said as Rainier started to walk away. Right, well, let's go, said Issei, and he looked at Serzex and he nodded.
Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video, please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.